Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Chapter 246, Cursed Coin. Smith felt a change in his body. The scalding golden coin was embedded in his left palm. Thin blood vessels on the coin joined it to his hand. He didn't dare leave this room these past few days, because he finally realized what this coin was. It was a cursed coin, or the coin of fortune and misfortune. It could suck away someone's luck. The one who lost their luck would be entangled in misfortune and have an accident. The one who had the coin would receive the victim's luck while the coin received the victim's soul. However, the first one to lose luck was the owner of the coin. Ever since Smith received the coin, he became its slave. Bad luck kept happening around him. When the first victim appeared, Smith finally received luck again. The more victims there were, the luckier he became. However, this wasn't endless. The cursed coin couldn't save too many souls at any given time. After a certain period, it had to release the souls. The souls who'd lost their luck and were killed by bad luck would never receive salvation. Even if they died because their luck was taken away, it still belonged to them. When they were expelled or purified, the luck that belonged to them would disappear as well. Last time Chen Zhao came, he expelled the evil spirits in the abandoned classroom. This caused Smith's luck to reach its lowest state. All sorts of trouble and danger started accompanying him. This also led to the worst result: he was possessed by the cursed coin. It started joining with his body. Of course, this meant he finally learned the coin's background. There were still some ancient souls in the coin. These ancient evil spirits badgered him, making him unable to sleep at night. When Bruce appeared before him again, he was filled with terror. Right now, Bruce appeared in the form of a soul. He couldn't resist Smith's cursed coin and was swallowed completely by it. "Let me go, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Bruce's voice echoed throughout Smith's mind. It was a wail that would never be quieted. When Sienna hurried to the site, she only saw Bruce's body get lifted out of the elevator. His death had been tragic. Sienna also saw David. "David, David." "Sienna, how come you're here?" David walked over. "What happened? How did Principal Bruce die?" "Elevator accident. The cable snapped and he fell from the 12th floor. You know him? He hired me as UCLA's special safety consultant, but we didn't have an official contract. It was just a verbal agreement." Sienna was close to a breakdown. If Bruce died, it meant that her and Chris' job would be gone too. "I think that his death is unnatural," she continued. "The moment before he died, he called me, but the accident happened before he could speak." "You mean he was killed by an evil spirit?" "It shouldn't be an evil spirit. They won't kill people in the daytime. Can you find the truth behind his death?" "I'm not sure," Sienna said gravely. "Can you give me a copy of the forensic report?" "Sure." David nodded. "I'll definitely find the criminal." Sienna gritted out. "He stole my job. Chen, I got invited to the IAAF Diamond League." Rufford called Chen Zhao excitedly. "I can race in the Diamond League." The IAAF Diamond League was previously called the Golden League. It was the most prestigious race in track. It was even more competitive than the Olympics. Every track athlete dreamed of standing on that stage, becoming the one under the spotlight. Rufford had only been a B-list sprinter before. Now, he was a well-known athlete. "Congrats, Rufford. When is the race?" "It starts on May 14th. There are 14 stops. Is any stop in America?" "Yes. It's held in New York on June 21st. I'll be really happy if you can come to that one." Chen Zhao considered it. There was still half a year. "If I go, can you break a record?" "I'll try." "No, I promise." "Then I'll come." As Rufford's fame grew, his commercial activities grew in number too. However, he knew that his current achievements weren't enough to make him rich. He still paid more attention to training and all sorts of races. Chen Zhao didn't object. Rufford doing more commercial activities could make him more money, but these short-term benefits weren't what he was looking for. Sacrificing long-term benefits was the stupidest thing. Chen Zhao would rather not make a cent from Rufford in a year and make more after that. Rufford was now signed under CAA management and had his own manager. CAA's plan for him was to mainly prepare for races. Of course, this didn't mean that CAA wasn't an ethical business. It was merely because they wanted to dig out more value in him. As an athlete, his commercial value was completely expressed in his achievements. It was just like how an actor's value came from his box office or ratings. Kate, welcome to the club. Kate was introduced to all the members there. This club was called Vertical. It was for people who liked climbing up tall buildings. She obviously wasn't interested in this at all. She'd only concealed her identity and came for a secret interview. The leader, Liam Horton, knew who she was, but Kate had bribed him to let her in. The other members were clueless. They thought she was a newbie with this hobby. There were two types of building climbing. One was with equipment and another was without. The latter was more dangerous. In most cases, it was illegal too. Most members of Vertical had been arrested. Of course, some also went to heaven. Kate, have you done any challenges before joining? I'm a pure newbie. I'm not brave enough to try tall buildings. I've only tried my apartment building, 10 floors. As a newbie, your performance is already impressive. I heard that you're the most professional building climbing team in LA. Is that true? Of course, Liam said confidently. Then, as the leader, you should be the best one too? We're the most professional group, but I'm not the best of LA. Why not? Chapter 247, Investigation. Chapter 247, Investigation. Not every building climber has a society. Some people prefer to climb alone, R.E.M. Horton said. The best building climber should be the so-called Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Let me show you a video. R.E.M. took out his phone and played a video. Is that CL building? Yes, it's filmed by one of our members. 20 days ago, we planned to challenge CL building, so we went to survey the place. To avoid unnecessary attention, we always went there at night, and then we discovered this. In the video, a black dot appeared. It seemed to be a person on the outer wall of the building. Do you have a clearer picture? No, it's filmed with a phone. Kate took the phone and watched the video carefully. He has climbing equipment, right? Yes, it's the very popular Spider-Man equipment in the profession. You can't climb CL building without equipment, because the wall has no protrusions. I can't see why the person is special. As an outsider, Kate clearly could not understand the significance of the video. We're the most professional team in this field. What? Explain how good this Spider-Man is, R.E.M. said to one of his teammates. CL building has 130 floors in total, with a height of 421 meters. We planned to climb it in about 8 hours, but the person did it in less than 2 hours. Kate fast-forwarded the video to the end. She saw the Spider-Man do something on the second-to-last floor and then enter the building. Kate frowned, deep in thought. When was this filmed? About 7 p.m. On the 3rd of January. Can you send it to me? I want to study it further, Kate asked. Of course. Everyone in our team has a copy. Mr. Risfar, Ms. Laura's condition has stabilized. We suggest getting her discharged and finding her a place to rest. It was not the first time Risfar had heard the same line. In the last 2 years, Risfar had already received notice of terminal illness, as well as notice of stability, 4 times. Although Laura had managed to get better each time, her condition was worsening. Whenever Risfar received the bad news, he was totally unsure if his wife could make it. He was really scared that one day, he would not receive the second notice. The carefree kids were playing happily outside, but he was not in the mood to accompany them. Today, John Jr. had been sent here to play with Ronnie and Vera. He did not look like a kid who had been tortured by an illness for several years. Instead, he was healthy, lively, and filled with energy. Manus, have you finished gathering the information I need? Yes, here's all the information about 4 Johnson. After getting the information, Risfar started to read it carefully. Is there anyone she's particularly close to in the hospital? She's quite a popular person in the hospital. A few male doctors are chasing her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. There is no one she is particularly close to. Also, her medical skill is very outstanding, with a lot of praises from patients and their families. How about outside work? Family, boyfriend, or other friends? Her father is a former state representative, and her mother is the major shareholder and chairman of a chain supermarket in California. Her sister is a lifeguard at the Coastal Rescue Team and is in LA as well. That's all. There is also some irrelevant information. I thought you won't be interested in it. I said I want detailed information. The more detailed, the better. All right. For had 3 boyfriends. Her sister currently has a boyfriend. A Chinese, illegal doctor. Huh? Chinese? Illegal doctor? Yes. He has quite a reputation in the profession. People say that he is really good and he has built good relationships with a lot of his patients, but it's really expensive to hire him. Risfar touched his chin. Investigate this person. 3 hours later, Risfar received the information. Nevertheless, he was somewhat surprised, because he had seen the person in the photo. It's him. Risfar thought. Huh? John Jr. had entered the room quietly. Coy, what's wrong? Risfar lifted his head and looked at John Jr. I think I've seen him before. John Jr. clearly looked confused. You've seen him? Yes, let me think. Where was it? John Jr. tried his best to recall. Oh, it was in a very, very bright room. There was also a little girl. I was on a bed, and the girl was lying on another bed. Risfar frowned. Really? I only remember that much. When was it? A few days ago. I fell asleep at home and Dad sent me to the hospital. I kept sleeping, and I suddenly opened my eyes and saw that uncle. Then the uncle said that I was dreaming, and I can't remember anything else. Risfar was even more puzzled. It seemed like John Jr. had really been dreaming. It sounded very unreal, but John's expression was very serious. Risfar wanted to trust him. Risfar called Manus again. Manus, help me to get something. I want the surveillance videos in Chantilly Hospital from January 25th to 27th. Risfar stared at the screen. He did not fast forward and watched the videos second by second. Huh? Risfar was excited to see Chen Zhao appear in the hospital. Dell was with him. The girl in Dell's arms should be Faith. Was Faith sick? At noon, Chen Zhao left the hospital and was almost run over by a car at the entrance. The person who alighted from the car was precisely John. He carried his son from the car. At night, Chen Zhao appeared in the hospital again. He entered the changing room and changed into a white coat, but then he disappeared from the videos. Nonetheless, the cameras still recorded Faith and John Jr. from their ward. Half an hour later, they returned to the ward again. At 1 in the morning, Chen Zhao and Dell appeared in the videos again and left the hospital in a car. That's right, it's him. Chapter 248, What the Heck is a Treasure Stone? Chapter 248, What the Heck is a Treasure Stone? John, can you come over? What's wrong? Did little John cause trouble? No, I have something to show you. A while later, John came over. Risfar took him to his room and played the surveillance video that he'd chosen. Risfar, what is this? This is probably the one who cured Koi, Risfar said. Look at the timing. The first time you two met, it was here. He came out of the hospital and you almost ran into him. John watched the video in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Then here, Dr. For called him, seemingly pleading with him. After ending he call, Dr. For very clearly relaxed. Risfar extracted surveillance footage from various locations and played them for John. John, I'd like to know what exchange you did with Dr. For to have her beg this Chinese man to help. I didn't do anything other than promising to keep it a secret, John said uncomfortably. He thanked For and this Chinese man. On the other hand, he also hoped that his sister could recover. Did she take your money? No. Other than the regular hospital fees, I didn't pay her anything else. Is Dr. For close to Koi? Pretty much. When Dr. For first came to this hospital as an intern, her first responsibility was to help the main doctor treat Koi. I went to the hospital many times after that and always saw her play with Koi. They have a good relationship. I think that Dr. For treats him like her own brother. Hearing this, Risvar had to admit that little John was lucky to meet a savior. John, can you help me talk to Dr. 4. Can she help me with Laura? Risvar, I want Laura to get better too, but the main person is the Chinese man and not Dr. 4. I suggest you work on him instead. How? Collect information on him first. We don't know anything about him right now. Just freaking out is useless. Ada, my father wants me to tell you something, Obitos said, suddenly running over to Chen Zhao. What? My father said that he needs large amounts of treasure stones. What are treasure stones? Pearls. Pearls? Are you sure he said pearls? Does he want to sell them in hell? Well, that's what he told me. Large amounts of pearl? Where could he find that? Chen Zhao was caught off guard by Obito's message. How much does your father want? 1,000 kilograms, Obitos said. What does he want it for? I don't know, but it sounds urgent. How urgent? Really, really urgent. Does he have requirements about the quality? He didn't say. If he didn't say, then he probably doesn't have requirements. If that was the case, then he did have enough money. He couldn't even get Beelzebub Zophie 50 kilograms of high-quality pearls. He didn't have much experience with this, so he wasn't clear about the market price. There was a big difference in price between high and low-quality pearls. Some single pearls could be tens of thousands of dollars apiece. Others were sold according to weight. Considering this, he called Marjorie. Marjorie? What? Do you know anyone who sells pearls? No. Okay then. Oh, my hair grew out in some places, but other spots are still bald. It's too ugly. When do you have time to give me another treatment? After a few days. I'm busy now. So I have to suffer with this ugly hairstyle? You can shave it all off. No, I just grew it out. I won't shave it. I'm hanging up. I'm busy. If it's really urgent, I can have people ask around. You do that while I ask more people. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called Zola. Zola, how are you? Chen, you'll never call me if you don't need help. Did you plan on cutting off all connection after getting a girlfriend? No way. I've just been a bit busy these days. Tell me. What's up? Do you know any jewelry sellers? I want to buy pearls. A lot of it. What do you want pearls for? Okay, I don't want to know. I know a seller and I can ask. What quality and quantity? Don't care about the quality. 1,000 kilograms. I thought you were going to use it for medicine. I heard that you Chinese people have that custom, but it seems not to be the case. Around 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, is it Mr. Chen? Yes. May I ask who you are? I'm a jewelry seller. My name is Spike. I mainly sell pearls. Zola told me to call. Are you thinking of buying pearls? Yes. I want to know the price. Are you looking for artificially bred pearls or all natural? What are the general price ranges? Artificially bred pearls are around $38 per kilogram. All natural pearls are $280 per kilogram. Natural pearls were 7 or 8 times more expensive. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. They all said that artificial and natural pearls had quite a big difference. If he brought artificially bred pearls to hell, Zophie might not be able to use it. If he was going to do this, he should just do it all. I want natural pearls. How many would you like? 1,000 kilograms. That much? Spike was surprised. After half a beat of silence, he said, I need 2 days to prepare the supplies. Is that okay? Obitos, is 2 days ago? All right, Obitos replied. I'll tell my dad. Mr. Spike, since I'm buying so much, can you lower the price a bit? What is your ideal price? Spike asked tentatively. $240 per kilogram. Sure, Spike agreed immediately. Chen Zhao regretted it. It seemed that he'd still given too high of a price. However, he didn't really mind this number. After coming to an agreement with Spike, Chen Zhao started thinking about why Zophie wanted all these pearls. It seemed to be called treasure stones in Hell too. This meant that Hell had pearls, or pearls had appeared there before. Chapter 249 Market Fluctuation. Chapter 249 Market Fluctuation. 1,200,000. Going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Risfar for getting the Rawls Wine Cellar 1842 red wine. John glanced at Risfar. Only he would spend 1.2 million on a bottle of wine. Risfar had been running an ocean shipping company, GDB Ocean Shipping. Its market value was 20 billion. GDB Ocean Shipping had 18 supercargo ships, 4 of which were ranked among the top 10 cargo ships in the world. GDB Ocean Shipping was also the largest shipping company in Europe, accounting for 21% of the total ocean imports and exports in Europe. Now, GDB Ocean Shipping was planning to extend its influence to America. While John himself was also quite rich, he knew that his wealth was insignificant before Risfar. Risfar held 25% of the shares in GDB, that is, he had over 5 billion worth of assets. Of course, it was only the market valuation. He obviously did not have that much money in his bank. Nonetheless, if he wanted to sell his shares, there would definitely be countless people and firms waving their checks and begging to buy them. Just then, Risfar's phone rang. "Hi, Manus. Mr. Risfar, I just discovered something." "What?" "That Chinese is buying natural pearls." "Huh? Do you know the reason?" "No. He needs quite a lot, 1 ton actually." Risfar turned his head and looked at John. "John, do you have 1 ton of pearls?" "Yes, I have more than 10 cultured pearl farms in Thailand and the Philippines. I can even get you 100 tons. "No, I mean natural pearls." "Natural ones? Why do you need that much?" "Gift for someone." "That Chinese?" "Yes." "Sure. I'll help you to get them." Natural pearls had always been insufficient on the market. Their demand was way higher than their supply. Even though John was the biggest jeweler in the region, he did not have an entire ton of natural pearls. Nevertheless, with his influence, getting 1 ton was not a difficult task. "Hi, Jenny, how much natural pearls do you have?" "I want all of them." "Spike, I have no natural pearls. Do you want cultured ones?" "What? Didn't you just purchase 100 kilograms of natural pearls half a month ago?" "Yes, but someone bought all of them today." "Okay. I'll ask another person." Spike asked another jeweler, rolling, "I need some natural pearls." "Sorry, I've sold all of them." "What? To who?" "Mr. John. He's purchasing natural pearls." "I've sold all my pearls to him." "All right." Spike did not give up. He asked a few more jewelers but only received the same reply. Why is Mr. John buying natural pearls? Could there be some insider information that the price of natural pearls is going to increase? Spike would not have thought so if it was cultured pearls instead, since their supply had always been greater than demand. On the other hand, natural pearls had been in short supply. Therefore, if a pearl field encountered a storm or a big jewel brand had some plan, the price of natural pearls would increase. This was precisely Spike's guess. Otherwise, why would Mr. John and that Chinese buy natural pearls? There must have been a leak of insider information, although Spike had yet to receive the news. After some consideration, Spike made his decision. He would also purchase more natural pearls. In addition, he would contact all the jewelers in the eastern region too, instead of just Los Angeles. As for that Chinese, Spike did not want to sell him anything already. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry but I think our deal cannot continue." "Why?" "There has been a fluctuation in the natural pearl market. All the jewelers are hoarding natural pearls and I can't get any." "How much do you have?" "I'll buy those first and think of another way for the rest," Chen Zhao said. "How much money will you give?" "The original price you said, $280 per kilogram. That's not the current price anymore." "Then how much is it?" Chen Zhao was somewhat impatient. $350 per kilogram. Chen Zhao was very frustrated, but he still gritted his teeth and accepted the price. "Fine. Wait. I said it wrongly. It's 400 per kilogram." Spike thought that since Chen Zhao had agreed so easily, his price must be too low. Chen Zhao surely had the secret information too. China was a major pearl market. Perhaps Chen Zhao knew something precisely because China was about to make a big move. It's robbery. Chen Zhao shouted, annoyed. No, it's the market. We had no contract and have not finished our deal, so we can still change the price. I can, and so can you. I don't want it anymore. Chen Zhao did not like being fooled by others. Then goodbye. Spike hung up. Chen Zhao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone on the ground, but he eventually did not, considering that he had just bought it recently. Boss, we've bought enough pearls. However, because of this, the price of natural pearls has changed greatly. Now it's already $340 per kilogram. We have also spent more money as a result. So high. Is there insider news? No, we've confirmed that it's because of your purchase. A lot of jewelers think that there's actually some insider information. John laughed. He usually would not trade natural pearls, but as the largest cultured pearl supplier in the region and the owner of the famous jewel brand Alida, he still had a big influence. When other jewelers realized he was buying large amounts of natural pearls, it was normal for them to think that he had some insider information. Nevertheless, when they discovered there was nothing after 2 days, the price would fall back. Then release fake news to remove some of the individual jewelers from the game. As the main player, John could easily control the market. His every action could cause people to become suspicious and the market to fluctuate. John took his phone and called Risfar. Mr. Risfar, I've enough pearls. Call him directly. Me? Shouldn't it be you? John was confused why Risfar would give him the opportunity to help Chen Zhao. Although John was really grateful for what Chen Zhao had done, he could return the favor later. Why did Risfar ask him to call Chen Zhao directly? Chapter 250 Red Wine. Chapter 250 Red Wine. Zola, that pearl seller you introduced to me is an asshole. What's wrong? Zola was confused. She didn't know what had happened. Chen Zhao told her about Spike raising the price for no reason, adding more emotion and details. Hearing this, Zola furrowed her brows. I see. I'll make sure to get an explanation. Zola and Spike were only work partners. However, Zola worked in high fashion. Her brand used some jewelry and accessories. In essence, Zola was Spike's source of income. If she stopped working with him, Spike would definitely have great losses. After tattling, Chen Zhao felt much better. Just then, he got a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Hello. I am John Longshaw. Hello, Mr. John Longshaw. Do I know you? I heard that you need pearls. Huh? How do you know? Chen Zhao was confused. I have a batch of natural pearls on me, John said. 1 ton. Do you need it? What price? $180. $180. That's it. Are you sure? I heard that the price in the pearl market is very high now, much higher than this. Chen Zhao was guarded. After all, with such a low price, the man might be trying to scam him with artificially bred pearls. This is the true market price. The rise in price these past 2 days is because of my purchases. John was actually able to give it to Chen Zhao for free. He bought all the pearls for $200,000. Selling it to Chen Zhao for $180 was already a big loss. But with his background, he could gift him 10 tons easily. Why are you doing this? We don't know each other. I know you and that's all that matters. If you need the pearls, I can send them to your home. Are you serious? Yes. How can I pay you? You can pay after you receive it, John said, chuckling. You can find a professional to check and send me the money after you're sure there are no problems. Okay. My address is 13, Banana Street, Mountain Town. Please wait at home. My package will be delivered within the hour. Chen Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know any pearl appraisers. Just then, Norman's called. Hey, asshole. You haven't come here in 3 days. Did you forget your job? I'm busy. I'll go over when I'm free. Plus, it's only like £10. You can do it by yourself in 2 days. There's no one to talk to when you're not here. I have no motivation. I'm seriously busy. Busy with what? Oh, right. Do you know any jewelry appraisers? What jewelry do you want appraised? Pearls. I bought some and need a professional to appraise it for me. I'm coming. Coming for what? I'll help you. Are you sure? Don't scam me. Do you want help or not? Yes, yes, yes. Please come. You came over before, so you should know where I live, right? Normans hung up and hurried over. 30 minutes later, she was here with Wouter. Wouter was excited to be back here and ran around, playing with Black Ma and White Ma. Normans came in with her kit. Where are your pearls? It's not here yet, Chen Zhao said. Wait a bit. Your house is so small. Look, White Ma and Black Ma can't even run around in here. You should just bring them to my place. It's bigger. You can tell them yourself. If they're willing to go with you, then they can go. Normans looked at them. Black Ma, White Ma, come to my place. I have good food. They ignored her. What a joke. Other than her house being bigger, there was nothing good about it. There were demonic crystals here. Chen Zhao would give them some every now and then. Normans knew that she would get this result, but she was still annoyed at getting ignored. How come the dogs and owner are all so annoying? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Zhao opened it. There was an unfamiliar man in work clothes. A few men in similar attire stood behind him. Hello, who are you looking for? Are you Mr. Chen? We are the delivery men from Erita Pearl Company. My task is to send a package of pearls to you. Chen Zhao nodded. He took out his license. The delivery man confirmed it and said, "Excuse me, where should we put the pearls?" "Put it into the basement." The workers brought boxes of pearls into the basement. Each box had Erita's logo. They all contained 2 kilograms. Hey, asshole, how many pearls did you buy? I thought you bought some $10,000 high-quality pearl. I only need you to check if these are natural or not. Then why did I bring so many tools? You can tell just from the luster and color. I didn't tell you to bring the tools. You brought it over yourself. Normans was furious, but she still helped Chen Zhao in the end. These are all natural pearls. The quality's pretty high too. Aren't you a doctor? Why do you need so many of these? Are you going to change your career? No, I have other uses. Chen Zhao shook his head. Okay, your task is complete. You can go home now. What, you're kicking me out? Of course. This is my home and my girlfriend's coming back soon. I don't want her to misunderstand. What if I don't leave? Black Ma, White Ma, please see her out. Normans stomped her feet in anger and left in a huff. Chen Zhao put all the pearls into the spatial ring and called John. Hello, Mr. Longshaw, I received the delivery. Please send me your bank account. A car parked outside at that moment. Del, Risfar, and their kids hopped off. Uncle Chen, we're here to visit you, Faith greeted Chen Zhao. She brought the 2 older girls into the house. Mr. Longshaw, I have guests. I'll send you the money later. After hanging up, Chen Zhao went to welcome Del and Risfar. Mr. Risfar, how come you're visiting? My daughters want to see White Ma and Black Ma, so I brought them here. Mr. Chen, you won't mind, right? Of course not. I'm glad they like White Ma and Black Ma. Mr. Chen, this is for you. Risfar offered Chen Zhao a fancy bottle of red wine. Thank you. Chen Zhao took it without hesitation. Please come in. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chapter 251, Going to Hell Again. Chen, your house is too small. Black Ma and White Ma can't even run around. You should seriously consider giving them to me. Do you know that the person who said the same thing 5 minutes ago was just chased out by me? Uncle, I think Dad's right. Look at poor Black Ma and White Ma, Faith said as she bullied the silly twins. Faith, can you give one to Vera and me? Ronnie suggested with a serious tone. Here you go. You can have White Ma first. Tomorrow we'll exchange, Faith similarly answered in a serious voice. Mr. Risfar. Call me Johnny, Risfar said. Is Johnny your surname? No, Risfar is my surname, but only my family calls me Johnny. To be honest, Risfar was really a sociable person. He pulled Chen Zhao closer to him with just one sentence. Is that really all right? Chen Zhao could not understand why Risfar was suddenly so friendly. It was only the second time they met. They were certainly not close friends. Haha. Actually, I'm just hoping that the next time Ronnie and Vera show up here, you won't reject them. I promise they'll always be welcomed. Uncle, how about me? Sitting on the floor, Faith raised her head and looked at Chen Zhao in envy. Of course you are, too. Faith, let me show you a magic. Ronnie pulled Faith away. Then, she put her hands together and performed the thumb removal magic. Actually, Ronnie's performance was very unskilled and childish. Nevertheless, Faith was still amused and cheered loudly. Uncle, Dad, Sister Ronnie's performance is awesome, Faith shouted in excitement. Sister Ronnie, how did you remove your finger? I can do it too. Del was the most childish person among the three adults. In fact, he was childish in many areas. For example, his performance was even worse than a 3-year-old girl. Ah, I see it. Daddy didn't remove his finger. He used his right thumb, Faith exclaimed. That doesn't count. Daddy is so stupid. Distressed, Del pulled Chen Zhao's arm. Chen, show them magic too. I don't know any magic. That was exactly what Del wanted. He would only feel comfortable after seeing Chen Zhao being despised by Faith as well. Don't disappoint Faith. Just perform something. Fine. Chen Zhao opened his hand. There is nothing on my hand, right? Yup, there's nothing. Chen Zhao clenched his fist and then opened it again. There was a pearl. Wow, that's amazing. Faith, Ronnie, and Vera all clapped loudly. Del immediately walked up and searched Chen Zhao's body. Where did you hide the pearl? Stop touching me. Chen Zhao slapped away Del's hands. You hid it in advance, right? Chen Zhao clenched his fist again. When he opened it, there was a handful of pearls. Del's eyes almost dropped out. You really know magic? It's the only one I know. Chen Zhao clenched his fist again and the pearls disappeared. Risfar finally said, Chen, you're really talented. Despite his careful observation, he could not tell how the magic was performed. Uncle, I want to see it again. Blackmar, get me a bucket. Blackmar soon returned with a bucket in his mouth. Chen Zhao opened his left hand. There's nothing, right? Yes, nothing. The three kids stared attentively at Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao clenched his fist. Then, pearls started to fall out through the gaps between his fingers one after another. Before long, there was already a layer of pearls in the bucket. Chen, where exactly did you hide the pearls? Did you plan to show us this magic in the first place? Del asked curiously. Risfar was very curious too. Close-up magic was the most difficult type to perform. Chen Zhao also had no one to help him. However, Risfar could not see the trick at all. Chen, teach me the magic. Nah, you're too dumb for it. Chen Zhao glanced at Del with the corner of his eye. Don't say that before the kids. You're degrading me. Chen Zhao only performed this for the kids. He did not want to expose anything. In the evening, Farley came home. Del and Risfar also left. Puff. It's a tiring day. What happened? It's the weekend. There were a lot of people and trouble. If it's too tiring, you can quit. No, Farley rejected immediately. Chen Zhao would not force Farley to be a housewife. By the way, I'm leaving for a day, Chen Zhao said. Huh? Where? That place. Oh. You mean the place you disappeared to? Yup. I really want to see that place too. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. He really could not bring Farley. It was hell, after all. Apart from him, the only way for a person to go there was to commit suicide. Farley, I can agree to anything but that. I know, Farley said understandingly. When are you leaving? Tonight. I'll go there earlier and come back earlier. Okay. Chen Zhao put his arms around Farley's shoulders and gently kissed her hair. Chen Zhao thought about what he should get for Farley from hell. Just when he was about to act further, he suddenly realized that his body was fading away. Fuck, this again, Chen Zhao cursed. Farley had yet to realize Chen Zhao's change. She suddenly lost balance and fell onto the sofa. Of course, she immediately discovered Chen Zhao's disappearance. Human, you're finally here. If you came any later, it'll be over. Beelzebub Zophie was standing right before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked out of the magic array. Lord, this is the treasure stone you wanted, right? Chen Zhao took out a pearl. Beelzebub Zophie immediately nodded. Yes, this is the one. Don't tell me you only brought one. A lot. Chen Zhao took out all of the pearls and placed them before Beelzebub Zophie. Are these called treasure stones in hell? Are they very precious? Anything that isn't available in hell is precious. Many years ago, a human brought some here. What's their use? I'm making some Spring of Youth. One of the ingredients is treasure stone. What's Spring of Youth? In human language, it can make people young again. In our language, it can make us return to our strongest state, Beelzebub Zophie said. Chen Zhao's eyes glittered. How much will you be making? Don't worry. I'll give some to you. Beelzebub Zophie was really kind. I spent almost half of all my wealth to make 2 bottles of Spring of Youth. Come, follow me. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Chapter 252, Spring of Youth. Beelzebub Zophie brought Chen Zhao to a ring-shaped building with a hollow center. There were red crystals embedded in the wall, making it uneven. When Chen Zhao looked up, he could see a huge red moon, shining with demonic red light. He'd never seen such a full red moon. When he came before, it had always been a new moon, waning or waxing gibbous moon. Beelzebub Zophie stood before a furnace in the center. It shone with green flames. Then he started tossing the pearls in. The flames in the furnace darkened from the original green. Chen Zhao had thought that Zophie would use the pearls as resources, but he ended up using it as fuel. The red moon of hell only appears for 3 days the entire year, while the Spring of Youth can only be created during the red moon. There was a duct above the furnace. Liquid started dripping down from it, landing in the stone bowl on the side. The liquid was as bright as blood, but it was a bit viscous. As Zophie added the pearls in, the flames grew stronger and stronger. The dark flames that spewed out of the furnace seemed like they would swallow Zophie, but he stood in the fire unharmed while chanting a spell. More and more liquid flowed out of the pipe. Soon, the stone bowl was filled. Don't just stand there, Zophie yelled. Take out your container to collect it. Her what? You don't have a container. Chen Zhao remembered the red wine that Risfar had given him earlier. It was in his spatial ring. He hurriedly took it out and poured the red wine out. Then he placed it under the duct to collect the liquid. He didn't dare to move, in fear that he would miss a drop of the precious liquid. When the liquid was almost at the opening, no more liquid fell from the duct. It's over. It's over. Zophie nodded. Do you directly drink the Spring of Youth and then old people can become young again? You humans can't drink it directly. You must dilute it with water. 1 drop can basically make you 1 year younger. If you just drink it, the effect might be too strong and make you a baby again. However, you must remember that each person only has 1 chance to go back. Even if you only drank 1 drop on the first time, you won't get any effect the next time. So this is like increasing your lifespan? It's like that for humans, Zophie said. But it's not like becoming a year younger will add a year to your life. The younger you make yourself, the less years you add on. But for us demons, it'll only make us go back to our optimal state. If you add a drop of the Spring of Youth to wine, it'll also become the sweetest wine. Chen Zhao put the cork back into the bottle and put it in his spatial ring. Lord, what are those stones in the wall? Moon crystals. Do you want them? Are they precious? I put them all over the wall. What do you think? Then dig one out for me. It isn't useful for you, is it? I want to make a piece of jewelry for my girlfriend. Oh, I see. I heard Obitos say that you have a woman in the human world. Here, I'll have Jessica take the moon crystal to the best artisan in Obsidian City. He can make a demonic badge for you. A demonic badge? It won't have any side effects, right? Chen Zhao's expression changed slightly. The Doom Star was still fresh on his mind. He didn't want to bring more trouble to Farley. Don't worry. Since it's made for your woman, it obviously won't have any negative effects. Lord, I have another question. How should I control my right hand? You haven't summoned Jessica. She knows how to solve your problem. I summoned her last time, but I was dizzy after that. I don't want to summon her again. Your spiritual power is too weak. How do I strengthen it? Use more spells. Don't you humans practice to exercise your body? That's a dumb method, but it's very effective. You can try summoning Jessica more often. This will strengthen your spiritual power faster. Zophi paused. Looking at Chen Zhao's right hand, he added, my blood flows through your right arm. It doesn't have a consciousness and can only act with instinct. If you can learn Soul Collection, you'll be able to control it. I don't know Soul Collection. Chen Zhao had never heard of this spell before. I'll give you the rubbing of this spell. Just then, he was attacked by the smell of meat. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. Smells delicious. Let's go. Oris killed a dragon just for you. Chen Zhao and Zophi walked out of the ring-shaped building. They saw Oris shortly after. Her mouth was open and she kept blowing out fire to cook the 8 or 9 meter long dragon. Chen Zhao was speechless at this roasting method, but it was really Hell's style. Human, you're here. Seeing Chen Zhao, Oris gave Chen Zhao a warm hug with her 3 meter tall height. Human, I made this just for you. If you eat its flesh, you can become stronger. It won't make me turn into some horned and scaled creature, right? Haha, I like your humor, Oris laughed. Oh, if I can't finish, can I take it to go? Of course, but you better remember that no one other than you and your demons can eat it. Why? People without demonic blood can't take dragon meat, especially one cooked with my breath. He had to admit that the dragon's meat tasted delicious. It might also be Oris' unique cooking techniques. Chen Zhao had a great appetite and ate a dozen kilograms. But looking at the dragon that weighed a few tons, he probably couldn't finish until next year. Thankfully, he could take it back and let the other demons get a taste. He stayed a full 24 hours. Chen Zhao received the spell rubbing of Soul Connection and the pendant made out of the moon crystal by an artisan that Jessica had found. It was a beautiful pendant with a red gem. There were at least 100 carats of heart-shaped moon crystals. It shone with a mesmerizing and strange red light. The chain was created out of some unknown silver-white metal. It felt like it didn't exist. You wouldn't feel it when wearing it. Its name was the Redmoon heart. Of course, it was also a demonic badge. Its function was that it would never be lost. Okay, this was honestly the most useless demonic badge. Chapter 253 Redmoon Heart. Chapter 253 Redmoon Heart. Ah! Farley screamed. Chen Zhao's abrupt appearance almost made Farley jump into the air. It's me, Chen Zhao quickly comforted. Are you trying to scare me to death? Farley calmed down. Sorry, Chen Zhao was also speechless, but he immediately took out Redmoon Heart. It's for you. Wow, it's so beautiful. Farley could not move her eyes away. No women could reject such a piece of artwork. Redmoon Heart was the most gorgeous and thrilling accessory Farley had ever seen. Is this ruby? No, but it's definitely more valuable than ruby. It's the only piece like it in the world, Chen Zhao said. Is it very special? Yes, it's called Redmoon Heart. Once you wear it, it will belong to you forever. Nobody can steal it away. The power of magic. Yes. So I won't be able to take it off. No, you can take it off, but it will never be lost. Put it on me. Farley could not wait to wear the gem. As Redmoon Heart hung before Farley's chest, it seemed to glow even brighter. It feels so special. I can only feel the presence of the gem but not its weight. You look amazing. Farley opened her mouth slightly and started to pant. She waited for Chen Zhao's next move. Chen Zhao felt that he had become stronger, perhaps because of the dragon meat he had eaten. He did not realize his change in hell, but now that he was back in the human world, he almost could not feel Farley's weight. Chen Zhao lifted his arms gently and pulled Farley toward himself. After a long battle, Chen Zhao was still not satisfied, but he stopped because of Farley's begging. At night, Chen Zhao was sleeping with Farley in his arms. Suddenly, Blackie's head floated out from the wall. Chen Zhao was shocked out of his wits. Even though it was not the first time, he was still not used to it. Blackie, what do you want? Chen Zhao acted quietly, afraid that he would wake Farley up. I need your help tomorrow. What? Remember I told you I have been casting Hell Knell on a vegetative man? Yes, why? Help me to heal him. It was Blackie's first request. In the past, it had always been Chen Zhao who needed Blackie's help. Hence, Chen Zhao had no reason to reject Blackie, although the person was in a vegetative state. Chen Zhao had no prior experience at all. He did not know how to treat the person. All right. After consideration, Chen Zhao decided to agree for now. As for whether he could succeed, he had to see the patient first. While he was curious why Blackie wanted him to treat that person, he would not ask unless Blackie was willing to tell him. The next day, Chen Zhao drove to Chantilly Hospital. He did not repair the broken window, because according to US laws, pet owners must not leave their pets alone in closed vehicles. Chen Zhao had the habit of leaving them in the car. If someone discovered that there were pets in the car, he or she might just smash the window. Therefore, Chen Zhao might as well leave the window broken. He believed that nobody would dare to steal his car. As Chen Zhao strolled in the hospital, he suddenly saw Four. Chen, what are you doing here? Why do I see you every time I come here despite the size of the hospital? A nurse told me that you've been acting suspiciously here again, so I came. Because Chen Zhao and Four had been seeing each other quite often, some people in the hospital also knew Chen Zhao. You still haven't told me why you're here. I'm looking for someone, Chen Zhao answered. Is it your friend? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. Then who is it? Another client. It's my patient, not client, Chen Zhao corrected. I don't get it. Is there a difference? Four looked at Chen Zhao, confused. The patient I'm looking for is male, around 40 years ago. He's vegetative and has been here for 5 years. He also has a daughter who visits him every 2 days or so. I'll help you to find him. Four glanced at Chen Zhao. Are you going to treat him? I want to see his condition first. If possible, I might heal him, but I'm not experienced in treating vegetative people either. There were at least 1,000 hospitalized patients in the hospital. Given that Four was not a neurologist, it was normal that she did not know the person Chen Zhao was talking about. Anyway, Four still helped Chen Zhao to find the patient. Wait, leaders. 5 years ago, he fell into a coma after a severe car accident. He's still vegetative now. Is it him? Yep. Four brought Chen Zhao to the ward. It was a standard ward with 4 beds. However, only one of the beds was occupied at the moment. A woman was sitting beside the patient, massaging his muscles. When Four and Chen Zhao walked in, Sumo Leaders turned her head around, puzzled. Yes. Hi, he is the new neurology expert in the hospital. He has awakened many vegetative people in the past. It's his first day here, so he would love to take a look at all the vegetative patients in our hospital. Hi, I'm Sumo Leaders. This is my father. Can you please wake my father up? I can't promise you anything, but please can I check his condition first? Having lain in bed for more than 5 years, Wait's muscles had badly wasted. He was extremely weak and fragile. Do you have his medical reports in the past few years? Yes, but I don't have them with me now. Can I give them to you tomorrow? Sure, Chen Zhao nodded. After examining Wait's body briefly, Chen Zhao and Four left the ward. Chen, how did you choose your patients? You don't even know them, right? It's a request from a friend, just like the request from you last time, Chen Zhao said. Can you wake him up? I'm not sure, Chen Zhao admitted. Chen Zhao had never had a vegetative patient before. To be honest, he did not even know what he should do to the patient, let alone cure him of his state. Just then, his phone rang. "Hi, Mr. Chen, I'm Spike. Can I talk to you please?" "There's nothing to talk about." Chen Zhao was about to hang up. "Mr. Chen, please give me a minute. Please." "Fine, a minute. I would like to sell you all my natural pearls at the original price. I don't need them anymore. $180. It's the lowest price in the market." I said, "I don't need them anymore. I've already bought what I needed." Chapter 254 Artificial? Natural? Chapter 254 Artificial? Natural? "Mr. Chen, you can't do this to me. Do you know what I put in to help you buy natural pearls? How can you do this to me?" Spike was freaking out. He'd really lost too much this time. He'd thought that there would be good news in the natural pearl market, so he'd been buying them up crazily these days. But before good news came, he heard that Mr. John had already stopped buying natural pearls. By the time he processed this, it was already too late. He'd borrowed from the bank with high interest to buy the pearls. The market price for natural pearls recovered to the original price. This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that even though the price had recovered, the market order hadn't. The market wasn't that big since no one really needed natural pearls. With the recent rises and falls, no other sellers would touch natural pearls in the following period. The items were stuck in his hand now. If he waited a few months, he could definitely sell them. However, the bank's interest couldn't wait. Each day was pressing at his limit. Plus, the thing that he regretted the most was that Zola's fashion company, his original partner, had ended the contract. This affected his business greatly. The bank also started chasing after his debt because of this. Chen Zhao scoffed. "You were the one who wouldn't sell to me, so I bought them from someone else. Now you're blaming me? Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Please give me another chance. 1 minute's up. Goodbye." Chen Zhao hung up. He didn't want to waste time with Spike. The man had asked for this himself. It wasn't like Chen Zhao wanted to mess with him. If Spike hadn't done those things, he might not have gotten rich overnight, but he still would have made a profit. Chen Zhao didn't know how much Spike had lost. He didn't want to know either. It had nothing to do with him. He got into the car after leaving the hospital and drove to Ethan's. Sitting at the counter, Li Qing saw Chen Zhao and immediately went over. "Mr. Chen, this is the piece knot that I made for you. It's just a little gift. Please take it." "Huh. Chen, Li gave me one too," Ethan said from the counter. "Does it actually work?" "It's the thought that counts." Chen Zhao accepted the peace knot. "Thank you." Chinese people usually hung a peace knot in their cars. It was a custom and habit. Chen Zhao looked at the knot. It was very detailed, unlike the machine-made ones usually sold in China. Li Qing must have made it herself. Chen Zhao discovered that he couldn't figure out how it was made. "Auntie Li, your weaving method is so detailed. I think you can make some to sell at the motel. You'll definitely have a market." Li Qing shook her head. "I can't just make a few. I've only made these 2 in 2 months. Is it that hard? It's handed down the generations. Kids aren't even willing to learn. Now that it's in my hands, the tradition might get lost." There was an undertone of sadness in her voice. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was for the craftsmanship or the loss of her child. Coastal Rescue Team. "Farley, your necklace is so pretty." A female lifeguard looked at Chen Zhao's pendant. She couldn't look away. The other women crowded around too. "Is that a real ruby?" "No way. How much would such a big ruby cost?" "It's probably man-made. But it's so pretty. The touch and luster don't look man-made." What did women wear pretty jewelry for? In addition to adding to her beauty, it was also for showing off. Farley wasn't an exception. She was satisfied to get praise from the other girls. "It's so pretty. Farley, can I look?" The girl took the Redmoon heart and started touching and studying it. The cut is so precise. When she placed it under the sunlight, the entire Redmoon heart shone with a dazzling color. The color took one's breath away. All the girls cried out in surprise. This caught the men's attention. Robio walked over. Let me see. He took the Redmoon heart. This isn't artificial fiber or stone. It's an all-natural gem. Robio pointed it at the sun and then gazed at it with his hands over the stone. Farley, he said. You shouldn't wear something so expensive to work. Huh. But Chen said it's not a ruby. If it's artificial, it won't have the inner refraction. Artificial stones have a phosphorescence effect and the light goes straight through. This stone is at least $30 million. You better put it somewhere and not take it out so easily. The women all stared at Farley incredulously. They couldn't help but be jealous. They all knew Chen Zhao but didn't think that he would be so generous. Not only did he gift Farley a sports car but he also gave her such an expensive necklace. If they'd known that this Chinese man was so rich, they would have snatched him up first. It's this expensive? It's just an estimate. If you want a more accurate appraisal, you can find a professional agency. Robio clapped. Okay, break's over. Back to work. None of the women could look away from the Redmoon heart. It was honestly too tempting. It was especially attractive to girls. Wearing it, Farley was even more beautiful. After hearing what Robio had said, she didn't dare wear the necklace either and quietly put it away. The women didn't look away until they saw Farley take it off. Even though she didn't dare wear it anymore, she was still satisfied with the eyes of the others. Everyone had a shallow side, including Farley. People always compared themselves to each other subconsciously, from looks to figure. Farley didn't put it back on until after work. The other girls could only look and sigh. On her way back home, she also bought a bottle of red wine. Chen, when are you coming back? Soon. Is there a problem? I can't call you if there's no problem. Oh, I'll come back as soon as possible. When Chen Zhao came back, he realized that Farley had prepared a candlelit dinner. While they were getting intimate, Dell's call came, ruining the moment. Chen, do you know what the wine that Risfar gave you was? No. Why? It's an 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar. And that bottle had just been sold for $2 million at the spring red wine auction. The one who bought it was Risfar. Chen Zhao choked. Chapter 255, Six-Pack? Chapter 255, Six-Pack? Chen, what's wrong? Farley looked at Chen Zhao, confused. Chen Zhao's expression had just changed wildly, as if something big had happened. I feel like I've just lost $2 million, Chen Zhao said with a long face. Dell continued to hurt Chen Zhao on the other side of the phone. Chen, you can't just enjoy that wine yourself. Do you want me to go over or do you want to come here? Maybe tomorrow. Farley and I are having candle dinner now. What? Have you already opened the wine? Don't finish it. Leave some for me. Don't worry, we didn't open that bottle. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Zhao complained. I only found it out just now. It was too late anyway. Chen Zhao had already poured the $2 million red wine away himself. Nevertheless, he still took out the original bottle and poured the Spring of Youth into another bottle. Chen Zhao left a bit of the spring in the bottle and poured the leftover red wine from the dinner in. According to Beelzebub Zophie, adding the Spring of Youth to wine could increase its quality. Chen Zhao hoped that Dell would not notice any difference. The next day, at noon, Chen Zhao went to Dell's house with the wine. Chen, have you already drunk so much? Realizing that there was only half a bottle left, Dell's face was filled with pain. You should be glad that there is still some left. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. My wine contains the Spring of Youth. Don't think it's worse than the wine from Rawls' wine cellar. Mr. Risfar gave it to me. Let's call him here and drink together. Are we really calling another person here when there's only half a bottle? I won't be drinking. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes again. A person could only benefit from the Spring of Youth once. He did not want to use it this early. Chen Zhao planned to use it only when he and Farley were much older. The wine was a gift from Risfar, after all. It was reasonable for Chen Zhao to invite him over to return the favor. Blackmar, go and invite Mr. Risfar here. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not understand why Risfar would give him such an expensive bottle of wine. They had only met each other twice. Soon, Risvar came. Blackmar was also carrying Ronnie and Vera on his back. Chen, did you ask Blackmar to invite me here? Yes, what did he tell you? He said woof woof. Can you translate it? When Risvar saw the red wine on the table, he smiled. Johnny, why did you such a good bottle of wine to Chen instead of me? He doesn't even know about wines. I would rather pour it away than give you. Why? Did I offend you? Who knows which bitch you'll share the wine with? In just a week, I've seen at least 10 women enter your manor. Chen Zhao poured Risvar and Del a glass of wine each. Risvar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, are you not drinking? Farley and I already drank half yesterday. To be honest, it's a waste for either of us to drink it. Fine. Wish you and Farley happiness. Risvar lifted the wine glass. He had already smelled the spreading aroma. The wine was even better than he thought. The extremely intense smell really matched the price of the classic collection from Rawls' wine cellar. Risvar took a sip. The sweet taste of the wine filled his mouth immediately. It was an alluring feeling. Risvar could not help heaving a long sigh. Great wine. Chen, are you really not drinking? Risvar had another sip. He suddenly realized something. He had drunk the wine from Rawls' cellar before, but it did not feel as good. Rawls' wine cellar only produced a few bottles of wine each year, which were all sold in auctions. The red wine from Rawls' cellar tasted sweet and gentle. However, because it was made in redwood barrels, it would have the smell of redwood. This is not from Rawls' cellar. Nevertheless, the wine was even sweeter and more intense than the original. The aroma filled and stayed in Risvar's mouth for a long time. Risvar lifted the wine glass and looked at the wine under sunlight. The wine was very bright and had no impurities at all. Under the refraction of sunlight, it looked as shiny as ruby. What a great wine! Risvar looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, it's not the original wine, right? Chen Zhao was surprised that Risvar could tell the difference. Can you tell me which cellar it's from? I've never had such wine before. It's excellent. Nice. Del suddenly grabbed the bottle and drank from it direct. Chen Zhao quickly snatched the bottle from him. Damn, you can't drink like this. Why? It's just a bottle of wine. You need to taste it slowly. Nobody drinks like this. Also, how are we supposed to drink after you put your mouth around it? Luckily, it was in Del's house and they were all friends. If it was in public instead, Del would probably be dead by now. While the wine was quite intense, it was clearly not as strong as hard liquor. As Del and Risvar drank the wine, they eventually fell asleep on the sofa. Perhaps they were drunk. On the other hand, Chen Zhao played with the kids in the courtyard. There was still about 1/3 of the wine left. Del and Risvar slept for about 2 hours. It was more like a nap. Risvar woke up. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if the world had been renewed. He was clear-headed and rejuvenated. Risvar glanced at Del, who was still sleeping. Risvar was somewhat confused. He remembered very clearly that they had been drinking here. How did they fall asleep? He had quite a high alcohol tolerance. Even half a bottle of vodka would not make him drunk, not to mention red wine. Risvar walked to the courtyard and saw Chen Zhao playing with the kids. Chen, sorry, I don't even know why I fell asleep. Maybe you were too tired, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Risvar would usually not drink in the day. If he did, he would certainly not work, because it would affect his thinking and judgment. However, today he drank in the day and felt that he had an endless amount of energy. He felt as if he was back to being 20 years old again. All his cells were filled with vigor. It felt rather strange. It was like a person who had been carrying weights for many years. He suddenly removed all the weights and felt as light as a bird. At the dinner table, Ronnie stared at Risvar for a while, puzzled. Dad, you became more handsome. No, Dad became younger, Vera corrected. Risvar only laughed it off, dismissing his daughter's lovely comments. However, when he was washing up at night, he saw himself in the mirror. Did my crow's feet just disappear? Risvar was confused. The wrinkles on his forehead were also gone and his hair had become brighter. He used to have some white hair due to his busy schedule and worry for his family. Now, His white hair was nowhere to be seen too. Risvar touched his belly. Six-pack. Since he was 30, his six-pack had been reduced to beer belly. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. Chapter 256, Evil from the Heart. The next day, Risvar realized that he seemed to have really gotten younger. It was more obvious than yesterday. The muscles he'd gotten during school were back on him. This feeling was very strange. Risvar kept posing in the mirror. His heart jumped. Could it have been that bottle of wine? Had Chen Zhao invited him to drink the wine to make himself get younger? Risvar was 40 years old. He estimated that he looked to be around 30 years old now. To be honest, the change wasn't that big. He just looked a bit younger. If it really was the wine, then Del had drunk more than him, so he wondered what the man looked like now. Risvar put on his clothes and ran to Del's manor. He saw a muscular young man with a bare upper body. He was sunbathing next to the pool with just his boxers. Del? Who are you? Johnny. Del looked up. He didn't recognize Risvar immediately. Del, your body. I don't know. I don't know either. You look a decade younger. Del had been 28 years old, but because of his lifestyle, he'd gotten weaker. He'd looked like he was in his 30s. Now, he looked totally young. And what was with that perfect body? Risvar felt that Del's change was even more dramatic than his. Risvar's body had also changed, but it wasn't that big. Is it Chen's wine? Risvar asked. Didn't you give Chen that bottle? It's the original bottle, but the wine can't be it. Or maybe he added something to the wine. Del fell silent. Risvar looked at him and asked, Del, do you know something? No. I don't know anything. To be honest, I'm jealous of your figure. Del was quite satisfied to get his body back too. In the morning, Chen Zhao kissed Farley goodbye. Then he took the dragon meat out and fed it to Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, Carrie, Obitos, and the silly twins. He also ate some dragon meat. It really tasted delicious. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao opened it to see a stranger standing there. Mr. Chen, please help me. The stranger started begging him as soon as he started talking. Who are you? Spike. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. I can't help you. Mr. Chen, please. I beg you. Chen Zhao hated Spike to the maximum. This businessman had no trustworthiness at all. After he lost his money, he came to Chen Zhao to make him solve the problem. Nothing this good happened. I wanted 1 ton of natural pearls. You wouldn't sell it to me, so I found it from someone else. I don't need it anymore. There's no use finding me. I have no choice now. I owe so much money to the bank and loan sharks. If you don't help me, I'll go bankrupt. This has nothing to do with me. Chen Zhao pushed Spike out. Just as he was about to close the door, Spike raised his gun. He stared at Chen Zhao menacingly. If you don't let me live, I won't make it easy for you either, you chink. Mr. Spike, do you know what you're doing? My life is ruined already, so I'll make you die with me. Chen Zhao raised his leg and kicked Spike without mercy. To him, Spike was just a weakling. Even an amateur like Chen Zhao knew that he had to lift the safety to fire with that gun. This meant that Spike just wanted to scare Chen Zhao into agreeing. Maybe he thought that he could force Chen Zhao to buy his stuff with this childish threat. However, after getting kicked, Spike clutched his stomach in pain while lifting the safety. Chen Zhao just stared coldly at Spike without continuing to attack. After all, he still had a mortal body. He didn't want to block the bullet with his flesh. Spike carefully retreated and escaped into his car. Chen Zhao immediately called the cops. A while later, Leonardo and a policewoman arrived. Chen, I heard that you met an armed robber. Yes. Chen Zhao described what had happened. Chen, I swear to you that I'll find the asshole that pointed a gun at you. I'll teach him a lesson. Leonardo, is this your partner? She's Rose, my new partner. Hello, Miss Rose. Hello, Mr. Chen. Leonardo mentions you often. I take it you two are close? Without a doubt. We won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Bye. Chen Zhao waved. It seemed that Leonardo's spring was here too. Rose looked at Leonardo in a different way. Ever since David and Kate were captured by the Mexican gang, their feelings started heating up. They were living together now. They should find a time to meet up and have Leonardo bring Rose. It would help further their relationship. This way, Leonardo wouldn't act like he'd never seen women before and ask for numbers from any pretty girl. By then, Beelzebub and the others had finished breakfast. Chen Zhao cleaned up and took out the leftover red wine. He wanted to bring it to Ethan. Ethan had high blood pressure these days. The diseases that came with age were already obvious on him. If he had the will, Chen Zhao could help make a weight loss plan for him. However, Ethan was the type that just ate, slept, and ate. He couldn't start moving at all. Dieting would work even less. After reaching a certain age, dieting would hurt the body too much. Just then, Felwood Cisco called. "Mr. Chen, we have the general shape of the basement done. Do you want to come over and check? You can tell us where you're unsatisfied with and we'll revise it. It'll be more troublesome if we fix things after building the upper level." "Okay, I'll go over now." Chen Zhao brought his pets and drove toward Mirror Lake's construction site. Spike hadn't gone far. His car was parked in the near distance. Seeing Chen Zhao leave, Spike turned around and snuck into Chen Zhao's home. His past hadn't been pretty. These sneaky things were just everyday actions back then. He'd only started doing legal business after making some money, but this didn't mean that he'd really become a good person. Spike looked around but didn't find anything valuable. His eyes fell onto the bottle of wine on the living room table. This bottle. It was 1842 red wine from Rawls' wine cellar. There was also a ruby pendant next to it. Spike was tempted. A few days ago, this bottle had been auctioned off at $1.2 million. He didn't know if the pendant was real or not though. His heart jumping, he took both the bottle and pendant. Then he ran into the kitchen and turned on the gas. Chapter 257, Your house was blasted into the sky. Chapter 257, Your house was blasted into the sky. Chen Zhao and Felwood chatted with each other. Actually, Chen Zhao really trusted Felwood's supervision. Whenever there was a problem, Felwood would immediately inform Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao made an unreasonable request, he would also explain to Chen Zhao patiently. There were 2 floors in the basement. Basement 2 was for Blackie. There was also a waterway leading to the lake. No decoration was needed. Basement 1 required much more spending. A piece of tempered glass that was 6 meters long and 2 meters wide already cost $120,000. Nonetheless, it changed the basement completely. One could see the Mirror Lake directly through the glass. It was also the part that pleased Chen Zhao and Farley the most. "Felwood, you said you know a water engineering team, right? Help me to contact them." Felwood seemed to be in a difficult position. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I made an empty promise. I discussed the project with their boss and is very unhappy with the price. I don't think they will work for us anymore." "I see. Forget it, I'll think of a way myself." "I'm really sorry." "It's fine." Just then, a luxurious car stopped outside the construction site. Del and Risfar alighted from the car. When Chen Zhao saw them, he was clearly stunned. "You, Del, Johnny, stop acting. We know it's because of you." What? I don't get it." Chen Zhao realized that the 2 were really too young. "Did I put too much spring of youth?" Chen Zhao originally estimated that they would become at most 5 years younger, which would not be too obvious. However, they ended up becoming about 10 years younger. Del's change was even bigger. He had been a decadent man. Now, he suddenly became muscular and handsome. "Fine, I won't ask anymore." Del patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. "Chen, is this your new home?" "Yup," Chen Zhao nodded. "It's big. You must have spent quite a lot." "As a Chinese, I have a special feeling for land." "It's a great place," Risfar commented. Indeed, there was an excellent view of the mountains and the lake. Both Del and Risfar felt that the place was exceptional. Suddenly, a police car approached them. Leonardo and Rose walked out from the car. Chen, something happened to your house. What? What happened? Your house was blasted into the sky. What? Chen Zhao was flabbergasted. What the fuck does blasted into the sky mean? When Chen Zhao saw the remains of his house, he was still in a trance. The firefighters had already arrived. They were merely extinguishing the fire. The fire was soon controlled, but there was nothing left in the house anyway. Everything was gone, except for the basement. Buddy, can you tell me the cause of the fire? Gas explosion, the firefighter said. Gas leak. No, the gas in your house wasn't turned off. But I didn't even use the stove in the morning. I can't answer that, the firefighter said, speechless. Chen, seems like you won't have a place to live for now. You can stay at my place, Del invited. My place works too. Risfar felt that it was a very good opportunity. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was clearly not in the mood for this. There was nothing valuable at home. After all, he had kept all the important things in the spatial ring. Still, Chen Zhao's mood was like an ignited gunpowder barrel. The gloom on his face was hard to ignore. Chen Zhao looked at Bant's house not far away. Bant's car was parked at the roadside. Bant, are you at home? Chen Zhao called Bant. No, what's up? I see your car is parked at the roadside. Does your car have a driving recorder? Yes, do you need it? My house was burnt down by someone, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao was certain that someone had done it. It was definitely not an accident. I'll be right back. Soon, Bant came. He gave Chen Zhao the SD card of the recorder and even his laptop for Chen Zhao to play the record. Chen Zhao set the time to 9 in the morning. Soon after he left, another car parked before his house. Spike. Chen Zhao was enraged. Spike entered Chen Zhao's house. More than 10 minutes later, he came out with a bottle of wine. The eyes of Del and Risfar glittered, but they did not display their feelings. 1 minute after Spike left, the house exploded. Chen, is he your enemy? Now he is. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Then, Leonardo and Rose brought the SD card away. Risfar and Del looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, what's your plan? Wait for the police to catch the culprit. What else can I do? If you need it, I can help you, Risfar said. I can too. Del always had the habit of speaking before thinking. Since he stole that bottle of wine, we can offer a high price in the black market to purchase it. He should be more than happy to sell it to us. Chen Zhao looked at them. Do you want that bottle of wine? It's yours. We'll return it to you, of course. If you happen to receive it, give it to your old relatives. You won't need it. What do you mean? A person can only benefit from that wine once. Can the wine cure diseases? Risfar asked. Johnny, is any of your relatives or friends ill? Chen Zhao finally got it. Risfar must have found out about him somehow. Therefore, Risfar came close to him, hoping that he would treat someone for Risfar. It's my wife. Chen Zhao thought about it. Give me her medical history. Are you going to treat my wife? You need to promise me that after your wife recovers, nobody else will ever find out about it. Yes, I promise. Risfar said in excitement. Give me the reports as soon as possible, Chen Zhao said. Of course, Risfar nodded firmly. Also, give me 24 hours. I'll find that person for you. Tell me if you want him dead or alive. I'm a law-abiding resident. I'll wait for the police to give me an answer. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Once Chen Zhao was alone, he immediately called Marjorie. Marjorie, help me to find someone. Chapter 258, Find a House. Chapter 258, Find a House. Chen Zhao made a compromise with the agent. Chen Zhao would pay for a portion while the insurance would pay for the rest. $10,000 wasn't much for him, but he still couldn't vent out his anger. Haha, Chen, I heard your house got set on fire. Wanna come stay in my motel for a bit? Fuck off. I'd rather die than live there again. Only Ethan would talk to Chen Zhao in such an annoying way. There was no other person. He had to go out and find a house now. Since he had to rent one, he could at least get a bigger one. At the moment, he was at the real estate agency, communicating with the customer service. Just then, he got a call from Zola. Chen, I heard that your house was set on fire. Even you know? Chen Zhao was surprised. You need to find a place to stay, right? I found one already, Chen Zhao answered. Actually, Chen Zhao wanted to put space between him and Zola. It wasn't that she was a bad person, but that it was about morals. He couldn't be dating Farley while getting with other women. Chen Zhao didn't think he was the type that could have multiple women. When he was single, he could let loose and accept anyone who was interested. Since he'd decided to have a stable relationship, he had to maintain it seriously. Chen, do you know that your real estate agent's company is under Manny's name and I'm in charge temporarily? Chen Zhao froze. Don't tell me that I'm in your security footage right now. No, but your information is in the database in front of me right now. All right. Chen Zhao knew he couldn't reject her. How about that mountain villa you and Daniel lived in before? How much is rent? Up to you. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, I lost half a bottle of wine during the fire. The pyro stole it. If found, it'll be beneficial to you or your father. Thank you. But you're not the only one who knows this. I'm quite healthy, Zola said. I don't really need health benefits. Trust me, you won't be able to reject the effects. What are the effects? I'll just say this much. Oh right, when can my girlfriend and I move in? I already had someone go clean it up, Zola said. You can move in tonight. Are you sure you won't tell me the exact benefits of the wine? I'll tell you if you can get it. If not, then you'll be upset if I tell you. It's best if I don't say anything. Fine. I'll try my best to find it. Chen Zhao drove to Angel Beach. As soon as he parked, White Ma and Black Ma rushed out. These two opened the door themselves. As soon as they got off, a bunch of fangirls and fanboys swarmed over. They were honestly popular at Angel Beach. Chen Zhao didn't understand. Just then, a female lifeguard saw him. Hi, Chen. Hi, Firo. To be honest, Chen Zhao wasn't familiar with her. Are you here for Farley? Yes. Your car is so big. This is the kind of car for men. Ha! I wonder what it feels like to sit in such a big car. Chen Zhao was spaced out. He was thinking about how to tell Farley that her clothes and shoes had all exploded. Chen, can I try out your car? Huh. He finally realized that this girl wanted to have sex in his car. Sorry, I'm busy. How about next time? Sure. I'll take you to Farley. Firo acted like nothing had happened. After reaching the office, Firo said from the doorway, Farley, Chen's here for you. Farley turned around. Chen, how come you're here? Farley, we haven't gone shopping together, right? You're inviting me to go shopping? I guess. I'm working now though. I'll tell Robio. We have a lot of tourists today. I don't think he'll agree. You wait here. Chen Zhao walked into Robio's office. He already saw through the glass that Chen Zhao had come. Chen, how come you're free to come here today? Someone set my house on fire, including Farley's clothes and everyday items. I hope you can give her half a day's leave. Leave Walter, Black Ma, and White Ma and I'll let Farley go. Sure. I'll come to get them at night. Okay, no problem. Chen, did you make a bunch of money today? Farley looked at Chen Zhao holding all the bags that he'd bought for her. She was suspicious. Why would Chen Zhao voluntarily go shopping with her? He never did that before. Whenever he wanted to buy something, he would have a store in mind, go in and then go out. It was that simple. Haha, Chen Zhao's smile was a bit forced. I lost so much today, alright? Buy whatever you want. I think I bought enough today. What about lingerie? And pajamas? I already have a bunch. There's no need to buy more, especially pajamas. I've already worn it for many years. I'm not used to wearing other ones, you know that. Okay, you don't have to wear pajamas. Chen, what's wrong? What do you mean? Did something happen? No, I just feel that I should think more about you. In the past, I always rejected you when you wanted me to go shopping with you. I'll shop with you more often now. Are you sure nothing happened? Please, what can happen? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. There's a Chinese custom that a new house needs new clothes. There's a custom like that. But there are still 2 months until our new home is completed, right? It's always good to be prepared. We'll definitely need to invite our friends over for a party. I hope the owner will be beautiful. But this is already a lot. You're holding at least $20,000 worth of clothes. It's not a lot at all. Oh, you haven't bought perfume yet. Perfume? I don't use perfume. You know that we have a lot of pets. It's damaging to their sense of smell. Oh, shoes. The brands will all have new designs for spring, right? Farley couldn't win against Chen Zhao and was dragged into another name-brand specialty store. Chapter 259 Our new home is definitely better than here. Chapter 259 Our new home is definitely better than here. Farley had the most insane shopping trip in her life. Although her family was quite wealthy, she was not a crazy shopaholic. It had a lot to do with her personality. While Farley liked to wear famous brands and read fashion magazines just like most women, she was a rational shopper. However, today she was forced to spend more than $50,000 on clothes and shoes. Of course, even so, Farley was still rather rational. Most items she bought cost between $1,000 to $2,000. The only exception was a pair of shoes which cost more than $4,000. Chen Zhao had to put the items in his car before they could continue to shop. Farley felt as if Chen Zhao was going to buy the entire street for her. Even though shopping was indeed pleasurable, as a rational person, Farley was worried whether the items were too expensive and whether Chen Zhao could really afford them. All right. I think we've bought enough. Farley wanted to stop the shopping trip. Chen Zhao muttered into Farley's ears, "Actually, I want to see you in VS undies." Farley immediately flushed. Asshole. After a while, they returned to the Coastal Rescue Team HQ. When the female lifeguards saw the various shopping bags Chen Zhao was carrying, they could not move their eyes away. They were the brands every woman dreamed of getting. The things Chen Zhao was carrying probably cost more than their monthly salary. To be honest, Chen Zhao really did not want to carry the items himself. His SUV trunk was already full, so he had to put the rest in Farley's car. Anyway, the scene was a huge blow to the women in the HQ. They were confident that their appearance and body were comparable to Farley's. Why could they just not meet a man who was rich and willing to spend for them? The branded clothes Chen Zhao was carrying cost at least $20,000. Farley, don't drive too fast today. Follow me. I'll bring you to a place. Where? You'll know when we arrive. Is he going to propose to me? Farley thought. What should I do then? I'm not ready. Nevertheless, Farley did not know how to reject Chen Zhao. She really liked him. If Chen Zhao was rejected, would they break up? Farley drove her car and followed Chen Zhao. She soon realized that they had entered Beverly Hills. Chen, where exactly are we going? Farley kept imagining the various possibilities. Chen Zhao's car made many turns and climbed the hill. Eventually, he stopped in front of a villa. Farley was even more puzzled. Is it his friend's house? Is he going to introduce me to his friend? Why didn't he tell me earlier then? He has no reason to keep it a secret, right? Farley alighted from her car and looked at Chen Zhao, confused. Chen, is this your friend's house? It's our temporary house. Chen Zhao gave a dry laugh. Why? Farley's face was filled with doubt. Chen, isn't our house in Mountain Town good enough? Why are we moving here? Also, our new home will be ready soon. Actually, our house had a fire and everything is gone. Farley finally understood why Chen Zhao had forced her to shop and buy so many things. All her belongings had been burnt. Everything's gone. Everything's gone, Chen Zhao confirmed. Were you at home that time? Farley suddenly looked at Chen Zhao, worried. Were you injured? No. It's great that you were not hurt. Farley hugged Chen Zhao. Cough, cough. Chen Zhao turned his head and realized it was Paul. Paul, why are you here? Mr. Rasfer asked me to deliver some things to you. I thought you probably haven't prepared the daily necessities, So I brought some here, Paul said. Thank you, Paul. Paul was sensitive enough to leave after delivering the items. Farley admired the view of villa. To be honest, the villa was in an excellent location. Situated halfway up the hill, they could see half of Beverly Hills and an entire coastline in the distance. The villa faced the magnificent sea and rested against the lush mountains. It also had a swimming pool and various modern facilities. Chen, is our new home better than this place? Definitely. It'll be a lot better. The villa was actually quite small. It also did not have a lot of space on the outside. In fact, their original rented house was more spacious outside. Blackmar, Whitemar, and the rest could only play on the rooftop. The house Robio had designed for them was 3 to 4 times bigger than this villa. They each had their own geographical advantages. Beverly Hills was one of the busiest places. Mirror Lake was certainly much quieter. If the rivers connected to Mirror Lake could be widened, small and medium ships would be able to pass by their house. Chen Zhao felt that this would make their new home much more lively. Furthermore, Amorn would also be able to enter the lake. It would truly be a reunion, unlike now. Chen Zhao's entire family was kind of living in rented properties. At night, Spike was hiding in an abandoned factory with a bottle of red wine in his hand. He already knew that he was being hunted by the police. Attempted murder, arson, burglary. Spike knew that he was done for, unlike his crimes in the past. In the past, he would at most be kept in the police station for 3 days. Nothing would happen after that. Now, he would be jailed for at least several years. All he wanted at the moment was to earn some money and then leave the States. He would hide in a third world country. At least he would not be chased by both the police and the loan sharks. Just then, he noticed some light outside the factory. Spike immediately lowered his body nervously and looked at the outside carefully. There was a car. A few men in black jackets alighted from the car. One of them was holding a case. Suddenly, Spike's phone vibrated. He turned off the vibration at once to avoid being exposed. "We are already here. Where are you?" Spike remained silent. He had to confirm whether those men were the correct people. To be honest, he really did not understand why someone would spend $1 million on a bottle of red wine. No, it was more like 1/3 of a bottle. Despite so, someone was still willing to pay $1 million for it. Spike felt it was really absurd. After a while, Spike finally said, "I'm in the factory. Only one of you can come in." The person holding the case walked in and looked at Spike, who was hiding in the darkness. "Where's the thing?" "I need to see the money first," Spike said carefully. It was $1 million trade, after all. He did not know if the person had been lying to him. The person unlocked the case and threw it before Spike. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Chapter 260, Father and Daughter Drink Together. Spike opened the case. It was filled with green cash. They were all new and emanated a sweet scent. He took a wad out and checked. Then he took out another wad. It really was $1 million. "Where's the stuff I want?" Spike tossed the bottle at him. The man hurriedly reached out, almost missing it. He also checked the bottle to make sure it was the right one. "Mr. Spike, I'm only the middleman. You don't have to be so guarded against me. Our transaction is done, so I can reveal something. A bunch of people in LA are looking for you. You better be careful. I don't want to hear that you're dead." Spike chose to trade with this man because he had the best reputation in this neighborhood. He rarely ever bit back. Spike took the money and left. Just then, the man in black took out his phone. "Hello, Mr. Manus. It's Figure Lewis. I got the item. Bring it to Beverly Hills. My boss is there. I'll send you the money." "Okay, got it." Figure Lewis bought the bottle from Spike, but he also didn't understand why Manu's boss would want an opened bottle of wine. If it was a full 1842 red wine from Raw's wine cellar, he could understand. But the leftover 1/3 of a bottle? Was it really worth $1,500,000? He personally guarded the bottle. 2 cars were parked outside of Risvar's home. He clutched the bottle tightly. Thankfully, the other party didn't want to get into a conflict. The guy who walked out was familiar. "Mr. Paul, can I help you?" "Figure, Mr. Rasfer said that he wants the thing in your hands." "I'm sorry, it has an owner already. Mr. Rasfer can give you a higher price." Figure's eyes shone. Just then, Risfar and some others came out of the manor. "You must be Figure, right? Where's my item?" Figure didn't dare bargain with this man. He immediately handed the bottle into Risfar's hands. Risfar took the wooden stop out and sniffed. Yes, this was the smell. Paul looked at him. "Hello, Mr. Risfar. I am Mr. Rasfer's butler. My name is Paul." "Hello." Risfar nodded slightly. "How may I help you?" "Mr. Rasfer also wishes to have this bottle of wine." "Mr. Risfar, are you willing to sell it?" "I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of sharing things that I like." Risfar shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Risfar, won't you listen to the price?" Paul felt that the man would be tempted by his price. Risfar was rich, but there was no reason he would reject a source of free income. Risfar chuckled. "Oh, then what is the price Mr. Rasfer is willing to give?" $2 million. "What do you think?" "Ha! Do you think I'm a beggar?" $3 million. "Okay, Paul. I need to rest. Please go back." $5 million. Paul tried again. "Goodbye." Risfar went back to his manor without even looking back. Helpless, Paul picked up his phone. "Mr. Rasfer, the wine is already in Risfar's hands. I offered $5 million, but he was still unmoved." $5 million and he still wasn't willing? Rasfer frowned. Just what was the use of the wine? After all, the 3 most expensive bottles of wine in the entire world had been auctioned for $3. $2 million, $2. $88 million, and $2. $1 million. He'd offered $5 million for the remaining 1/3 of the bottle, but Risfar was still unmoved. Even if the bottle was filled with diamonds, $5 million should be more than enough. Rasfer couldn't handle the temptation. In the end, he called Chen Zhao. "Chen, tell me the truth. Does the bottle contain wine or not? Did you get it?" Chen Zhao asked. "No." "Have Paul come over. I'll give you a bottle. Drink it with Zola. Tell me, what exactly is it? That bottle can make someone 10 years younger, but everyone only has one chance. One bottle can be shared between 3 or 4 people." Rasfer felt like he was going to get a heart attack. "Chen, you're kidding, right? If you don't want it, then whatever. I'm going to sleep in half an hour." Wait. I'll go myself." Less than 10 minutes later, Rasfer was at Chen Zhao's door. Chen Zhao shoved a bottle at Rasfer. "Don't ask anything. Each person only has one chance. Anything after that it is ineffective. You can share this bottle with 3 to 4 people. If there are more people, the effect will be reduced. You and Zola can drink half and save the rest, but I'm not sure what the preservation period is. And, I'm going to sleep. Chen, I love you." Rasfer gave Chen Zhao a bear hug. "Shut up. I know you can't wait now. Remember to call Zola." "Zola, where are you right now?" "I'm at the company." "Why? Put down your work and come here." "Dad, what's wrong?" "Something very important." Zola thought that something had happened, so she hurried back to Rasfer's manor. However, she found that nothing had happened to him. He was drinking wine in the yard. "Dad, what's going on? What's wrong? Sit down and drink with me." Zola sat into a chair and Rasfer poured a glass for her. She took a sip. "Oh, which winery is this from? It's so sweet." After finishing the glass, she picked up the bottle. "Pouffet Winery? Their red wine isn't this taste." She poured another glass for herself. "Dad, you called me back just to drink red wine? Do you think it's worth it?" "Okay, I forgive you because of the taste." They clinked glasses and Zola finished the glass in one shot. "Dad, let's go buy some more from Pouffet." Rasfer had a taste. He had to admit that this was the most delicious wine he'd ever drunk. At that moment, Zola fell drunk and collapsed onto the table. "Bring Zola to her room." Chapter 261, Back to Youth. Chapter 261, Back to Youth. In the morning, Zola stretched herself fully. It was the most comfortable sleep she had in a long while. She felt completely rejuvenated, as if even the air had become fresher. Zola went to the restroom. She was about to turn on the tap when she saw herself in the mirror. Zola was clearly stunned. She rubbed her eyes and looked into the mirror again. She stared blankly at both the familiar and strange face in the mirror. Who's the person in the mirror? Me. No, the person was too young. She was at most in her 30s. Zola pinched her own cheek. The person in the mirror did the same action. Am I dreaming? But then why would it hurt? Zola splashed some water onto her face. She lifted her head again. It was still the same young face. Ah! Still in her pajamas, Zola charged out of her room. She saw Rasfa having breakfast in the living room. Dad! When Rasfa turned his head around, Zola was bewildered once again. Did I return to 10 years ago? Zola, good morning. How's your sleep last night? Dad, you've become younger. Am I dreaming? Ha ha. Enjoy your youth. Dad, do you know what happened to us? You know, right? Zola urged. The red wine yesterday was a gift from Chen. Zola was startled, her face full of disbelief. You mean, we've become younger because of Chen's red wine? Bingo, Rasfa nodded. What, can you still not accept it? If you really can't, you can go and find Chen. Perhaps he has a way to reverse the effect. Zola could not believe the fact, but obviously she would not want to return to her original appearance. But all the people in my company will notice my change, right? Why? Just rest at home for a few days and then go to work. Tell them that you went for plastic surgery. What can they do? Plastic surgery was rather common in America and most people could accept it. Zola was still drowning in surprise and delight as she kept rubbing her own cheeks. By the way, has the person who burnt down Chen's house been caught? No, but he can't run away, Rasfa said confidently. Every rich man has his unspeakable past. The same was true for Rasfa. What he had on the surface was far from sufficient to support his current position as one of the most powerful people in Hollywood. Farley did not go to work today. Although she had just bought many things the previous day, she realized that they were actually not enough. For example, Paul delivered them some more daily necessities just the night before. Nevertheless, they still needed more things, such as feminine products and dog food. And also beer. It was an essential beverage for them to adjust their mood and the atmosphere. Chen Zhao stayed at home to tidy the place up. Just then, Risfa came with Laura. Laura was sitting in a wheelchair. Risfa inspected the villa. Chen, if you need it, I can provide you with a much better place. This looks not much bigger than your original house. I'm just staying here for a month or two, not forever. Once my new house is ready, we're moving. My friend just happened to have it available, so I came here. I have one too, and I told you that yesterday. All right, Johnny, you didn't come here to discuss where I should live, did you? Let me check Laura. Chen Zhao lowered his head. Hi Laura, I'm Chen Zhao. Hi, Chen. Laura was somewhat weak. To be honest, she did not trust Chen Zhao. She felt that her husband had been deceived. No hospital could cure cancer. But Chen Zhao promised that he could cure the tumor in Laura's brain. She was very suspicious about it. Of course, she would not display her distrust. Okay, now, you should sleep. Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. Risfa realized that Laura actually fell asleep. Huh? Chen, how did you do that? Since Laura was sick, she has been suffering from insomnia. She could hardly sleep at all. It's just hypnosis, Chen Zhao said emotionlessly. With just a snap of your fingers. Chen Zhao ignored Risfa and began to check Laura's condition. Actually, Risfa had already given him Laura's medical history the day before. Chen, how is she? Chen Zhao took out the demonic potion that he had prepared earlier and fed it to Laura. Now bring Laura to the hospital and have an examination. Feed her this medicine at night. That's all. What do you think? You want me to open Laura's head here? It's just much easier than I thought. I prepared this medicine just for Laura. The portion just now should be able to inhibit the growth of the cancer cells, and the next portion will kill the cancer cells. Do I bring her to the hospital now? Yes. Call me if there's a problem. Will there be a problem? I don't think so, but I can't absolutely guarantee it. Risvar brought Laura to the hospital, where she underwent various kinds of examinations. During the process, Risvar felt extremely uneasy and worried. He was worried that Chen Zhao's treatment was ineffective and that Laura's condition was already too severe. Just then, Dean Perez walked out of the examination room with a report in his hand. Perez was Laura's doctor. Risvar had invited him just to treat Laura. He was indeed an authoritative expert in this area, a judge for brain tumor patients. If he said that a patient would recover, the patient would very likely recover. However, if he said that the patient could only live for a certain amount of time, the patient would definitely die before that. Mr. Perez, how is it? Perez kept his head lowered, ignoring Risvar's question. He continued to stare at the report he was holding, frowning deeply. It was obvious he was deep in thought. Risvar's heart sank. Was it bad news? Mr. Perez, please tell me the truth. How's Laura? How long does she have left? Let me be prepared. I need to check Ms. Laura again, Perez finally said. Why? Didn't you just do it? Chapter 262, Change for Good. Chapter 262, Change for Good. Maybe we took the wrong sample, Perez said. So there are some mistakes in the test results. In the report, the activity of cancerous cells is quickly weakening. They seem to be going dormant. This doesn't match their development. Risvar's eyes shone. You're saying that Laura's cancer cells are weakening, right? Mr. Risvar, this should be a mistake, Perez said. Perhaps the lab staff took a sample from another patient. This should be the report of someone with benign cancer cells. Right now, Risvar couldn't help but get excited. It was right. It was definitely right. The treatment was effective. Mr. Risvar, are you listening? I'm sorry. Please continue. I wish to test Laura again. Is that okay? Risvar thought for a bit and answered, okay. Thank you. This was just to be safe. What if they really did get the wrong sample? Risvar waited for another hour. This time was faster than the last. When Perez came out with the report, his brows were furrowed deeply. Mr. Risvar, did you give Laura any medicine? No, why? Risvar answered instinctively. Lying straight through one's teeth was an innate skill for businessmen. I wish for Laura to remain in the hospital for us to continue observing. No, Risvar said. I want to bring her home. Mr. Risvar, Laura's condition isn't good right now. If anything happens when she's at home, it may delay the emergency treatment. I have a private doctor. You don't have to worry about this. Ignoring Perez's advice, Risvar insisted on taking Laura out of the hospital. Laura didn't wake up until around 8 o'clock at night and realized that she was home. Johnny. Risvar immediately went to Laura's side. Laura, you're awake. Where are Vera and Ronnie? I sent them to John's. Why are they there? I miss them. Laura, your condition is the most important thing right now. Johnny, have you still not accepted reality? I don't have much time left. I hope Ronnie and Vera can be by my side. Let me have them with me during my last moments. No, Laura. Chen can cure you. Johnny, I don't know where you found a scammer. You were full of common sense before. Risvar smiled wryly. If Chen heard Laura say this about him, he might cut all ties with him. Laura, just listen to me once and drink this medicine. If drinking it can make you feel better, I'll do it. Unconvinced, Laura accepted the black potion and drank it all. Rest well. Risvar kissed Laura's forehead. Rest early too. Laura opened her eyes. She discovered that she'd slept for 10 full hours last night. This was a miracle for her. In the past few years, she could only sleep for 30 minutes each day before she was woken up by pain. The brain tumor pressed down on her nerve. Sometimes, her emotions would cause a change in blood flow and bring insufferable pain. But today, She didn't feel any headache when she woke up. Laura tapped her head. No pain. The most incredible thing was that she felt hungry. Laura hadn't felt hungry in a long time. Because of the treatment, she had a very, very bad appetite. She had to be forced to eat every day. Most times, nutrients were injected into her. The day after chemotherapy was the most painful. "Johnny," Laura called. Risvar came in and pushed her wheelchair to the bed. "Laura, how do you feel today?" Laura climbed up by herself and stood up weakly. Risvar hurriedly went to support her, but Laura pushed his hands away. "It's weird. I feel so much more energetic today. Johnny, I want to eat. I'm hungry." Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm hungry. I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? I'll go find you some food." "I'll go myself," Laura said as she walked out. She hadn't walked on her feet in a long time. Risvar was worried that she would fall. After all, Laura was too frail now, so Risvar protected her carefully, like guarding a little kid. He watched Laura pick up a piece of fruit in the living room and start munching. "I feel hungrier after eating this apple. I want to eat meat." "Are you sure? It's morning right now." "Yes, I'm sure. I'll have the kitchen prepare it right now." After ordering the kitchen, Risvar called Chen Zhao. "Chen, Laura seems to be much better. Is there anything I should watch out for? Like what can she eat? What can't she eat? Other than alcohol, you can give her anything she wants to eat. That wine isn't okay either. Give it to her after she's completely recovered," Chen Zhao said. "Also, bring her to me again. I need to run a test." "Okay, when are you free?" "Today. Do you have time?" "Of course," Risvar said hurriedly. Nothing was more important than Laura now. Laura ate steak with big bites. She hadn't eaten so freely in a long time. Now, she realized that her condition was different. "Johnny, how is my sickness now?" "You can't feel it." "I'm really better. Chen can only tell us the exact results after a test, but I told you. Chen can cure you. It's really him who cured me. Who else do you think can do it? You know, he cured Koi too." "Koi recovered?" Laura was shocked. It was her first time hearing this. "Yes. Koi is luckier than you. He met Chen before you. Thank God. You should thank the man you called a scam." "Okay, I'll apologize to him. He's really a miraculous Chinese man. Also, you can't tell anyone about this. Chen doesn't want other people to know." "Why? Won't curing a cancer patient bring him fame and wealth? You think curing cancer is easy? Do you think he can treat every cancer patient in the world?" "Okay, you're right. When you recover fully, I'll give you an even bigger surprise." Chapter 263, What the Whole World Knows. Chapter 263, What the Whole World Knows. Laura looked at Chen Zhao. After examining Laura, Chen Zhao stood up. "Your biggest problem now is that you're too weak, so you should try to eat as much as you can. Food high in protein can make you stronger. Also, do you need treatment for your hair loss? It's not free though." Laura turned her head and looked at Risvar. Risvar immediately said, "Of course." Laura was actually bald because of chemotherapy. She was wearing a wig at the moment. Moreover, chemotherapy had destroyed her hair follicles, so her hair could not grow anymore. No woman, or person in general, liked being bald. Don't be afraid to become fat for now. Becoming fat is actually good for you because your body needs a lot of nutrients, Chen Zhao said. "Would you like to stay for lunch? Farley won't be back, so I will be alone anyway." "Sure, if you don't mind." Chen Zhao cooked quite a number of dishes, as well as a large pot of rice. Risvar and Laura looked at Chen Zhao. He had eaten more than the two of them combined. In fact, it was many times more. "Chen, I didn't know that you have such a large appetite." "Yup, I always eat a lot." "Chen, I seem to be eating more than I usually do too." Laura got herself another bowl of rice. Chen Zhao's cooking skill was above average, but definitely not exceptional. The chefs in Risvar's house were Michelin star chefs. Despite so, Laura would not eat a lot. However, Laura could eat much more at Chen Zhao's place. Even she found it unbelievable. It's great that you can eat. It means your digestive system and taste buds are still normal. It'll really be troublesome if your digestive system is damaged. Chen, I heard you're looking for a water engineering team. Risfar had been investigating Chen Zhao in the last 2 days. He wanted to know what Chen Zhao needed. Yes. Leave it to me. Don't reject it. You saved Laura, so I have to do something for you. All right. Chen Zhao nodded and did not reject the offer. After lunch, Risfar and Laura left. Chen Zhao planned to take a stroll outside to help with digestion. Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's manor, which was very close to the hillside villa. Indeed, they were only a few kilometers apart. Hi, Mr. Doman. Chen, what a surprise to see you. I heard that your house was burnt and I thought you would be busy. Why does the whole world know what happened to my house? Chen Zhao laughed bitterly. By the way, where is Norman's? In her room. I'll go and find her. Sure. When Chen Zhao opened Norman's door directly, he realized Norman's was sitting on the window sill in her bra again. A ball flew toward Chen Zhao. He lifted his hand and caught it. Norman's, it's solid. You might just kill me. It's great to kill an asshole who doesn't even know how to knock. Norman's widened his eyes at Chen Zhao. What's the last time you exercised? Look at the extra meat on your belly. Lazy to move. That's not a good habit. Choose an activity. I'll train with you for the rest of the afternoon. Boxing. I want to beat the shit out of you. Sure, let's box then. You're not allowed to fight back. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders. He really did not think Norman's could hurt him. Norman's took 2 sets of protective gear and the two put them on. At the start, Norman's was really enthusiastic, raining down her fists at Chen Zhao. However, after more than 10 minutes, she realized that she could not move Chen Zhao at all. She thought that she was strong enough, but Chen Zhao was even stronger. Moreover, she felt as if she was punching a piece of iron. She could even feel Chen Zhao's metal-like muscles through her gloves. I'm done. Norman's was covered in sweat. She removed her gloves and threw them onto the floor. Then, she jumped into the swimming pool and looked at Chen Zhao. Aren't you coming down to wash your sweat? Nah, I'll take a shower when I go back, Chen Zhao said. I'm leaving first. Blackie had been following Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, help me to move my things. I need to put them in the new house first. Spike realized that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. He thought that Chen Zhao was merely a Chinese. What influence could a Chinese have in Los Angeles? However, it was not the reality. Spike discovered that all the gangs and police in Los Angeles were hunting him down. Even the TV station was broadcasting his information. He did not even dare to show up during the day. He felt as if he was against the whole world, haunted by the whole world. He was now hidden in the suburbs and only dared to buy food from the nearby supermarket at night. The pile of cash beside him was his only comfort. He had always been bringing it with him. In addition, he also had the pendant. Even time he held the pendant, he would temporarily forget about his current predicament. At the moment, he was in a shed built by tramps. It had long been abandoned. At night, Spike left his hide. He went to the 24-hour supermarket nearby. Spike took some items, ready to pay. Just then, the television near the counter broadcast his identity as a wanted criminal. The cashier looked at Spike, who subconsciously pointed his gun at the cashier. Give me your car key. The cashier could only do as told. Spike grabbed the key from the counter and left. Then, the alarms in the supermarket buzzed loudly. Spike escaped in the car in panic. The roads were dark and confusing. Spike did not know where to go. He drove the car blankly, stuffing fast food into his mouth. Unknowingly, he arrived at Beverly Hills. Spike somehow parked the car at a hillside villa. Many villas in Beverly Hills were actually vacant. The villa before him was in complete darkness. Perhaps it was empty and he could hide in it for a few days, enjoying himself in the meantime. Spike climbed up to the rooftop and then dropped down into the living room. Immediately, he had a terrifying feeling. Without any reason, Spike turned his head around and pointed his gun behind him at once. An enormous creature was right before him. Bang! Spike fired the gun. The giant in the darkness took a step back. Before Spike knew it, he was pushed by a great force from behind. His head landed hard onto the stairs. Chapter 264, Gaia is bullied. Chapter 264, Gaia is bullied. Chen Zhao and Farley were woken up by a gunshot. They hurriedly turned on the lights. Farley, don't come down. Chen Zhao was very awake. He stopped Farley and rolled over to get the baseball bat on the side. When he went downstairs, he saw Spike lying on the stairs. Chen Zhao froze. He checked Spike and found him dead. Right then, he saw blood on Black Ma. He'd gotten shot. Chen. Farley poked her head out above the stairs. She didn't feel safe alone in her room. Chen Zhao looked up at Farley. It's okay. You can come down now. Farley went downstairs. She saw Spike on the ground, as well as the case and a necklace wrapped around it. It's my necklace, Farley said immediately. It really did come back, Chen Zhao lamented. What do we do now? Call the cops. Chen Zhao called the police. People who broke into homes at night deserved to die. Zola and her lawyer came faster. Chen Zhao didn't know how she could get the news so quickly and hurry over so quickly too. Zola, how come you're here? I have a friend in the Beverly Hills police station, Zola answered. He told me that there was a shooting at a house under my name. This is my lawyer, Ramones. He'll help represent you. If there's anything uncomfortable for you to say, you can tell him. Hello, Mr. Ramones. My girlfriend and I were sleeping and this man broke in. He ran into my pet. He shot my pet but got pounced on and hit his head on the stairs. Is Black Ma okay? Zola saw that Black Ma had bandages on him. He's okay. I already treated him. Zola, Mr. Chen, Ramones said. You're not in the wrong for this, so it's okay even if I don't come. A short while later, the police arrived at the house. They asked for Chen Zhao and Farley's testimonies and took away Spike's body and the case. They didn't give Chen Zhao and Farley any trouble at all. This was a wealthy neighborhood. No one who lived here was simple. The police's responsibility was protecting them. These days, Chen Zhao was busy helping Blackie move. Blackie had to construct a space crevice in the new home. He couldn't transport many of the solid items. He could do it inside the space crevice but not in the outside world. Thus, he needed Chen Zhao's help. Chen Zhao especially reminded Blackie to clear out his collection entirely. Otherwise, it would be like the space crevice's last owner, leaving a bunch of evil spirits that wreaked havoc in the house. The most troublesome was the three-headed hound. It was honestly too big. It was bigger than Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Obitos put together, basically the same size as Chen Zhao's Ford SUV. Even if they moved the dogs out, there was nowhere to hide them. He had to leave them in the crevice for now and move them over when Blackie's new home was done. Chen Zhao went to train Normans every day. She grew slimmer and slimmer. Normans also dared to wear anything in front of Chen Zhao. This was because her confidence recovered with her figure. Today, Chen Zhao came out of Norman's house and saw a familiar person on the road. Chen Zhao parked the car. Hey, Miller. Chen, how come you're here? Ola Miller blocked the sun with a newspaper. She wore stilettos and looked really tired. Get in. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Miller got into the car. The back seat was filled with pets. Chen Zhao often brought his pets to the gym, so Ola wasn't surprised at them. Take me to the gym. Oh, you haven't come in a long time. Something happened at home, so I didn't have time. Right, how come you're walking under the sun in Beverly Hills? My car broke down. Chen Zhao drove Miller to the gym and went up with her. He hadn't come in a long time, so he decided to visit Gaia. When they entered the gym, they realized it was a bit empty. Where did everyone go? Miller asked in confusion. Are they at the ring? They walked toward the ring. As expected, everyone was there. Gaia was competing with a black man at the moment. However, unlike what Chen Zhao usually saw, Gaia was the one getting beaten up. This wasn't a public competition, but there was still a referee. It was a boxing match. The man was taller than Gaia, around 2 meters tall. He had long limbs too. In the boxing world, the longer one's arms were, the longer his fighting range. Gaia was already on the defense. When she occasionally attacked, the man would be able to dodge easily. Chen Zhao had never seen Gaia in such a pathetic state. The referee finally ended the match. The man took off his gloves and tossed them down before Gaia. Chen Zhao frowned. He'd thought that the man was friends with Gaia. But tossing one's gloves to the other person's feet on the ring was insulting. None of the students in the gym said anything. Gaia walked down with a dark expression. The man stood in the ring and raised his arms. Guys, I opened a gym upstairs. If you're interested, you can go check it out. Other than me, we also have Zanla Douglas, winner of last year's WBA Golden Belt, who is the main coach. If you're lucky, you can get taught by Zanla. With that, the man walked down the ring. He turned to look at Gaia. Girl, fighting isn't a sport that girls can play. Chen Zhao frowned. There were a dozen gyms or related businesses in this building. Everyone saw each other on a daily basis. Rarely would anyone come provoke someone else. Take Gaia's gym as an example. The main service was still fitness. Gaia would also teach some boxing or wrestling, but it was all for amateurs. It wasn't professional training. In America, there was one fitness expert for every overweight person. The fitness market was huge. Everyone had their own skills. The man today had clearly come to cause trouble. Gaia, are you okay? Chen Zhao went over to ask. Gaia had some bruises on her face, but they weren't bad. Chen Zhao was worried that her self-esteem would be hurt. No matter what their conflict in the beginning was like, Gaia had shown her professionalism while Chen Zhao learned from her. She was also bold and loyal to her friends. She was the type that people would slowly start liking. I'm okay. How come you're here? Chapter 265, Two of a Trade Can Never Agree. Chapter 265, Two of a Trade Can Never Agree. I'm just here to say hi, Chen Zhao said. What's with that guy? Like what you've seen, here to snatch my customers. Why did you box with him? Chen Zhao really minded the fact that Gaia had lost. He felt that Gaia could have competed with the man in free sparring, in which case Gaia would surely have beaten the shit out of him. He pressured me with his words. I had to fight, Gaia sighed. Are you training today? Since I'm already here, let's do an hour, Chen Zhao said. Can you still train with me? I'm not injured. Gaia widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Gaia seemed to be fine, but her mood was definitely affected. Chen Zhao and Gaia started to train against each other. Gaia was rather surprised. Chen, you've actually improved quite a bit despite not coming for a few days. Your boxing speed and power have increased again. Even with her protective gear on, Gaia had a hard time blocking Chen Zhao's attacks. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if Chen Zhao's punch landed directly on a person. Gaia made a hand signal. Stop, let me rest for a while. You're too strong, especially your right arm. Is your right arm filled with iron? Show me your arm. Gaia pulled Chen Zhao's right arm and squeezed his muscles. Your muscles are very hard. Did you not relax? I'm not using any strength. Then use some strength. Chen Zhao contracted the muscles on his right arm. Gaia pressed them hard but actually could not move them. They were as sturdy as steel. The two left the ring. Gaia went for her nutritious meal. With her size, she had to eat about 10 meals a day. Do you want some? Sure. Gaia and Chen Zhao were both heavy eaters. Ola Miller prepared a large amount of food for them. Gaia realized that Chen Zhao's appetite was even bigger than hers. Nevertheless, she was not really surprised, given how fit Chen Zhao was. When Chen Zhao was about to leave the fitness center, a bald man in a YB Fitness shirt approached him. Hey buddy, why don't you join YB Fitness? We have the most professional coaches and experts. Our owner was a gold belt winner. I'm not really interested in the whatever gold belt. Bro, you should display your respect toward the boxing champion. The bald man walked closer to Chen Zhao. Please apologize. Are you the boxing champion? Who are you to make me apologize? Chen Zhao was really annoyed by these people. Going to other shops and snatching customers was not the correct way to do business. Even if these uncouth fellows could steal Gaia's customers for the time being, they would not make it in the long run. The bald man was even more displeased. He raised his hand and pushed Chen Zhao's chest. However, Chen Zhao did not move an inch, while the bald man took 2 steps back himself. What a weak ass. Chen Zhao glanced at the man in contempt. He turned around and was about to press the elevator button. The bald man put his hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder. You're not allowed to leave. Chen Zhao grabbed the bald man's wrist and twisted it gently. Do not touch me. Ah, let go of me, the man screamed. Chen Zhao let go of him and pushed him away. The bald man ran around Chen Zhao and blocked in front of the elevator. Meanwhile, he took out his walkie-talkie. Boss, I'm at the entrance to Osby. I was beaten by their people. Just then, Gaia and Ola came out with some people. Chen, what happened? This motherfucker keeps harassing me. Gaia was already in a bad mood in the first place. Now, she was even angrier. Let me warn you, do not ever appear in my center again, or I'll let all of you crawl out of this place. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. 7 or 8 people walked out. One of them was the black man who had just fought with Gaia in the ring. There was another black man beside him. Their sizes were similar, but the latter had a fiercer look. Gaia, what do you mean? Bullying our people? You're the ones looking for trouble. You came to my center to snatch my customers. Do you even know the rules? Gaia said with a cold face. Rules? Do fitness centers have rules? Or are they your rules? Zanla Douglas said. We're more professional than you. We are the rules. If you're not happy with it, you can defeat us in the ring, or here. Then let's fight. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao nodded gently. He had been quite unhappy recently, so it was a good opportunity for him to vent his anger. Let's fight. You couldn't even beat Dobby, Zanla said with a smile. Gaia is having her period. What? You're going to bully a woman on period? I'll fight with you, Chen Zhao said emotionlessly. Gaia widened her eyes at Chen Zhao, but unlike most of the time, she did not refute him. You, Asian, you're going to fight me? Zanla laughed. In fact, all the people behind him laughed. Chen Zhao was 1 head shorter than Zanla. They were not even in the same weight range. Most people present had some knowledge of boxing. They knew that a lightweight boxer was definitely no match for a heavyweight boxer. Bigger muscles mean more strength and physical resistance. It was like a racing car and a truck. The racing car would indeed be faster, but if the two were to collide with each other, the racing car would certainly be destroyed. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then forget it, Chen Zhao said. Just don't kneel on the ground and beg me later, Zanla sneered. Then let's go. Plain fighting would be too boring. How about an official competition? I'll bet 10,000. Zanla looked at Gaia. Gaia nodded. Great, I'll bet 10,000 on my friend too. Choose the location, Zanla said. Whatever. Zanla faced Chen Zhao and made a cutthroat gesture. Since it happened here, let's do it in your center. Asian, you better not run away. Chen Zhao and Gaia returned to the fitness center. Gaia pulled Chen Zhao into her office. Gaia, I even learned my skills from you. You're probably a better boxer than me. Can I really win? As long as you do what I'm about to tell you, you can surely win, Gaia said. Actually, your body is much stronger than me, or anyone. He's a gold belt winner, so he is certainly much more skilled. Then just compete with his strength, speed, and resistance. Chapter 266 Amateur vs. Professional. Chapter 266 Amateur vs. Professional. 20 minutes later, Zanla Douglas brought his men from the gym. Wearing only shorts, all of Zanla's muscles bulged. He looked like a muscle monster. Standing before everyone with that burly figure, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Chen Zhao also put on boxing gloves. He took off his jacket and jumped into the ring. He had nice muscles too, but they couldn't be compared to Zanla. It was like an American lion facing an African lion. Zanla was around 200 pounds and 5 feet tall. The referee also climbed in. He wasn't from either club. He was invited over from another one. There was no time limit in this fight. The referee was only responsible for deciding who broke the rules or not and who was the final winner. "Start," the referee uttered. The two men began. To Zanla, there was no point in dragging out this fight. He started with an aggressive attack while Chen Zhao protected his head with both arms. Zanla's attack was belligerent, but it couldn't hurt Chen Zhao. Zanla, change the position. He can block attacks to his head but not anywhere else. Zanla thought for a moment. It made sense. If he punched a fatal area, the other would be sent to the ground. He took 2 steps back. Building up momentum, he charged forward. "Chen, he's coming," Gaia called out. Chen Zhao finally put his arms down. Seeing Zanla rushing over, he pulled his right arm back and unleashed a strong left hook. Zanla seemed to lose his sense of gravity. His feet left the ground and floated over to the barrier, bouncing back. Chen Zhao calculated the timing and performed another hook. Zanla fell to the ground, blood flowing out of his nose. He didn't stand up again. Everyone present was silent. Even the referee was shocked. "Referee, countdown," Gaia yelled to the ring. The man immediately got down before Zanla. 10, 9, 8. When he counted to 5, Zanla seemed to wake up. He wiped the blood at his nose. "Are you still conscious?" Zanla nodded slightly. "What number is this?" 3. "This?" 2. "Okay, the fight continues." The people from YB Fitness Center were all relieved. However, they also realized that this Asian was pretty strong. Zanla had the golden belt form the WBA. He'd never been KO'd in his entire career, but he'd almost gotten knocked out by this Asian in an unprofessional ring. "I'm gonna kill you." Zanla felt humiliated. Rolling his shoulders, he stared menacingly at Chen Zhao. Arms hanging down, Chen Zhao looked calmly at Zanla. Zanla pounced. His fist broke through the air, smashing into Chen Zhao's face. Chen Zhao didn't dodge or block the punch. "Okay, got it." Everyone from YB was overjoyed. Practically no one could stand up after taking a hit from Zanla squarely. Chen Zhao took a step back. "I overdid the act," he scolded himself. He'd thought that his endurance was strong enough, but Zanla's punch was scarier than he'd imagined. His left cheek was still in pain. "It'll probably bruise." Zanla blanked out after seeing that Chen Zhao wasn't on the ground. How come the man was still okay after his full-strength punch? Chen Zhao growled and punched. Zanla immediately raised his arm to block. Boom. Zanla was sent to the ground again. It felt like his neck was going to say goodbye to his head. He didn't wait for the referee's countdown this time and jumped up with vigor. But Chen Zhao's fist met his face. Zanla's facial muscles distorted and he flew out of the ring. OSB Comprehensive Fitness Training Center, Chen, victory. The referee quickly raised Chen Zhao's arm to announce the result. Zanla had been knocked down 3 times and even flew out of the protective barriers the last time. He landed outside the ring, so he couldn't continue fighting. Most fights were determined by a one-hit KO. The fighter would lose if he couldn't stand up within 10 seconds. The second type was a 3-hit fall. If there was a difference in strength, the referee could make the decision to protect the weaker party from continuing to get hurt. The other type was that one violated a rule and the other party would automatically win. But when the two had similar strengths, the winner was determined by points. Hitting above the waist was 1 point. "Zanla, are you okay?" The people from YB crowded over. Zanla was badly hurt, especially after falling out of the ring. No one had thought that the winner of the WBA Golden Belt would lose so tragically. On the other side, Gaia's group was ecstatic. They all ran to the ring to hug Chen Zhao. "Chen, that was amazing. Chen, you're awesome." Gaia also looked at Chen Zhao appreciatively. To be honest, other than the hit he took, everything was within Gaia's predictions. As for getting hit in the face, It was all because of Chen Zhao's own cockiness. He could have blocked it, but he didn't. If the other had been at his level, his life would have been in danger. They wore gloves, but their strength wasn't limited. Both Chen Zhao and Zanla's punches were more than 200 kilograms in weight. It was no different from getting smacked in the face by a boulder. In the boxing ring, countless athletes were killed or paralyzed during fights. Even Gaia didn't dare to take a punch to her head. The people from YB quietly took Zanla away. This fight had hit them too strongly. If they'd won, they would have been able to do anything they wished. However, they'd lost. They would never dare to cause trouble with Gaia again. Chen Zhao came down from the ring. Gaia tossed him a towel. How was it? Not bad. Don't do that again. Never purposely take your opponent's hit, no matter who he is. Don't think that he won't be able to hurt you if he's weaker than you. You got a bruise this time. Next time, you can get a concussion. Okay, I'm sorry. Chen Zhao knew that Gaia was worried about him. But you did well in this fight. Knocking an opponent down with 3 hits was proof of his abilities in a fight. Plus, Zanla had gotten the golden belt. He was a top figure in the boxing world. Oh right, did they give the $10,000? Yes. They wouldn't go back on their words. Let's treat the members to a drink with the money. You won it. You decide. Chapter 267, A Super Troublesome Client. Chapter 267, A Super Troublesome Client. Chen Zhao's victory pacified those incited members of the fitness center. By the time he returned home, it was already 8 at night. Chen, what happened to your face? You really smell of alcohol. Chen Zhao touched his face. While his homemade medicine was excellent, it still could not remove the bruise in just a few hours. It was an accident in the fitness center. Is it your very strong coach? Farley had heard from Chen Zhao that his coach was extremely powerful. She would not be surprised if the answer was yes. No. So whoever caused it is more injured, right? Farley clearly hoped that her man was stronger. If he was injured, his opponent had to be more badly injured. She did not say that he should be peaceful and be bullied in silence. I promise it'll be a trauma in his life. That's my man. Go and take a shower. It's already so late. Farley patted Chen Zhao's shoulder and made eyes at him. At this inappropriate time, the phone rang. Chen Zhao picked it up. Ethan, do not tell me that there's a client at this hour. Bingo. I'm not taking it. I'm tired. The client offers 50,000. Chen Zhao began to hesitate. He really did not want to go out. However, 50,000 was not a small amount. You have another client? Farley asked. Yep. You just had some alcohol. Let me drive you there. No need. I'll get a cab myself. Isn't that troublesome? They were living in a hillside villa, not by the roads. No cars would pass by the villa. Usually, Chen Zhao would either drive his own car or ask Farley to drive him. Since Chen Zhao had some alcohol, Farley would certainly not allow him to drive. All right then. Where is it? Hilton Hotel, Chen Zhao said. Hearing that it was a hotel, Farley felt much more relieved. She knew that Chen Zhao had all kinds of clients. If Chen Zhao was going to meet some unknown client at this hour, she would be very worried. Since it was a hotel, there should not be a problem. Farley and Chen Zhao arrived at the Hilton Hotel together. Instead of going up with Chen Zhao, Farley would wait for him in the lobby. Be quick. I'll wait for you here. Let's go together. No, I'll sit here. Your client may not want to see another person. I don't want to get you into trouble. Chen Zhao thought about it and eventually accepted Farley's suggestion. Some clients were indeed more troublesome to deal with. Farley was not a doctor, so the client might not want her to be present. Chen Zhao entered an elevator. Just then, 2 more people walked in one after another. One of them looked like a rich lady. Noticing the smell of alcohol on Chen Zhao's body, she took 2 steps back subconsciously. The other person was wearing a hood. As he walked into the elevator, he glanced at Chen Zhao and the rich lady. When the elevator stopped at the 5th floor, The hooded man suddenly snatched the rich lady's handbag and charged out of the elevator. Chen Zhao stuck his leg out. The hooded man immediately fell onto the floor. Enraged, the hooded man took out a dagger and dashed toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed the man's arm and twisted it. The hooded man screamed in misery. His arm bone had just been fractured. Chen Zhao took the handbag and returned it to the rich lady. "Madam, it's yours." "Thank you." Smiling, the rich lady took the handbag. She just started to inspect Chen Zhao. "Are you a doctor?" "Yes." "Is your patient here?" "Yeah." Chen Zhao and the rich lady exited the elevator on the same floor. He realized that the lady stayed right opposite his client. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. A middle-aged man with a thick beard was standing by the door with a bath towel. He stared at Chen Zhao with an unfriendly look. "Who are you?" "The doctor." "Are you drunk?" "I need a doctor, not an alcoholic." Because of the bearded man's poor attitude, Chen Zhao's face also turned cold. "That's none of your business. If you don't need me, I'll leave now." "Come back," the bearded man shouted. "Come in." As soon as Chen Zhao entered the room, 2 guns were pointed against the back of his head. Behind Chen Zhao were 2 bodyguards in black jacket. They were still wearing sunglasses at night. "Mister, what do you mean? You're here to treat me, but I need to ensure my own safety too." "I don't get it. I don't know if you can be trusted. You called me here, and then you tell me you don't trust me? Are you kidding me?" The bearded man looked at Chen Zhao emotionlessly. "I'm not kidding. Do you know what floor this is? If you don't want to be thrown out by me, you better treat me properly, or else." "Boss, below you." The bearded man lowered his head and saw a snake near his feet. "Ah!" the man screamed in horror. Chen Zhao swung his toolbox at the faces of the 2 bodyguards. They collapsed onto the floor at once. Then, he raised his foot and kicked the bodyguards. They immediately fell unconscious. Chen Zhao turned his head and stared fiercely at the bearded man, who backed away in panic. "What do you want? If you dare to hurt me, I'll make you pay for it." Hearing the bearded man's threat, Chen Zhao was even more furious. "Do you think I should be scared? How much money do you want? I'll give you." The bearded man kept backing away. However, he suddenly tripped over something. He fell backward and landed hard onto the floor. Then, he felt something climb onto him. It was that snake. The snake was before his face with its mouth wide open. "Help! Help!" the bearded man cried in fear. Take it away from me. Why don't you keep threatening me?" I was joking. Take it away from me." The bearded man was very scared of snakes. His whole body was tense and he did not dare to move a bit. Chen Zhao was still slightly drunk at the moment. He had basically been acting before thinking. "Do you know what floor this is?" The bearded man swallowed his saliva. 21. Chen Zhao squatted down before the bearded man and patted his face. "Do you know what would happen when a person falls down from the 21st floor? Die." "Correct. What did you say just now again?" "If I don't treat you properly and you will." The cheeks of the bearded man twitched slightly. "Actually, I was joking." "Just joking?" "Yes," the man nodded. "Is pointing 2 guns at my head joking as well?" "I was really joking." The bearded man almost burst into tears. The cold sensation of the snake was about to make his heart stop. "Raymond." Raymond suddenly opened his mouth and shot toward the man's face. "Ah!" the bearded man yelped. Chen Zhao noticed the smell of urine. The bearded man had peed himself. Chen Zhao had really been enraged by the bearded man. Only then did he leave happily. Right after Chen Zhao left, the rich lady who stayed opposite them walked into the room and saw the mess. "Winnip, I don't agree. I definitely won't allow our daughter to be with that kind of person. He is an alcoholic, a rogue, an asshole, and a robber. Do you know what he did to me? Look at Kane and Howard, look at their faces," the bearded man cursed incessantly. Kane and Howard were both standing at the side, covering their face. They seemed to be in a bad shape. "Enough. Who asked you to ask them to draw their guns? I don't care. I just don't allow my daughter to be with him." Chapter 268, Troublemaker Obitos. Chapter 268, Troublemaker Obitos. Chen, are you done? No. Chen Zhao's face darkened. I just beat up that client. He's an old bastard. Why? Whatever, let's stop talking about this and go. Chen Zhao held Farley's wrist. Oh. Farley didn't ask any questions. When they got home, Chen Zhao used the alcohol effect and did another round with Farley. Next morning, Farley woke up early while Chen Zhao was still lying in bed. Don't you have any clients today? Not in the morning, Chen Zhao replied sleepily, eyes still closed. Fine, then sleep more. I prepared breakfast for you. Get up and eat it. Okay. Your bruise is gone. What ointment did you use? I made it myself. Do you want it? Give me some. I'll save it just in case. It's in my toolkit. It's black with words on it. After kissing him, Farley went to work. Chen Zhao slept for another hour until a phone woke up him. Hello. Chen, what are you doing now? It was Daniel's voice on the other end. Sleeping. Can you help me? Do what? Can you come to the aquarium? Can I say no? Of course not. Give me the address. What aquarium? L.A. Blue Aquarium. Okay, I'll get there ASAP. Chen Zhao hung up. Checking the time, he saw that it was already 9 o'clock. It was time to get up anyway. After washing up, he felt much more awake. He arrived at the aquarium and saw Daniel in the staff uniform. Chen, you're here. Great. Daniel, you work here? No, I'm a volunteer, Daniel said. Hurry, come with me. What about them? Chen Zhao pointed at his followers. Black Ma, White Ma, Carrie, Beelzebub, Obitos. Daniel immediately called for his colleagues. Home, come help walk them. The worker named Home looked at Obitos, a bit afraid to get close. Obitos grew quickly. Right now, he looked like an adult Komodo dragon. He was 3 meters long and weighed more than 150 kilograms. Obitos hissed. Unless they were close to Chen Zhao, no one dared to approach Obitos. Don't worry, Daniel said nonchalantly. Obitos doesn't bite. Then Obitos suddenly jumped up and bumped into Daniel. Seeing how aggressive he was, Home was even more scared. Obitos' figure was like a Komodo dragon, but his color was completely different. He also had a flatter and shorter tongue. A Komodo dragon near Obitos' size could have a 1-meter-long tongue. Obitos, stop fooling around. Look how scared Home is. Home, Obitos really doesn't bite. Not making it easy for anyone, Obitos opened up his awning mouth. Home paled from fear. He'd rather die than take Obitos out for a walk. Chen, you should just leave Obitos at home, Daniel said, smiling wryly. He's scary like this. Hearing this, Obitos grew upset. He smacked Daniel's leg with his tail. Daniel jumped aside in pain. Oh, you're upset after I say that, Daniel said. If you're obedient and don't scare people, I wouldn't have said that. Whatever. Home, go walk the others. Chen, you better look after Obitos and don't let him bite the creatures. Chen Zhao kicked Obitos. If you dare bite any animal here, I'm only giving you water for the next month. He turned toward the other. Daniel, what did you call me here for? A seal here is sick. Can you help me check it? What, you think I'm a vet? Chen Zhao turned to leave. Daniel quickly grabbed him. Chen, you're a druid. Shouldn't you treat animals who are hurt? I'm not a druid and I'm not a vet. But you're such a good doctor. You can treat the seal. I've never done it before and I don't know how to. Chen Zhao really didn't want to treat some seal. $10,000. Where's the seal? Take me there. I love animals. Hey, where's Obitos? Daniel and Chen Zhao looked down to find that Obitos was gone. Daniel, go find Obitos. That bastard killed many pets in Mountain Town. I don't even dare talk about it. Obitos had a really dark history. Chen Zhao got many headaches because of him. He was really afraid that Obitos would start killing in the aquarium. Then there would really be a problem. Winnip, how old are you? Lauren asked, annoyed. You still like aquariums? Did you forget? This is where we met. Winnip seemed to be sentimental. Just then, Lauron kicked something. Ah! He looked down and almost peed his pants. A huge animal was resting by his feet, baring its sharp teeth. Behind him, Kane, Howard, and Kareem, who'd acted as robbers yesterday, pulled Winnip and Lauron aside. The red lizard darted forward and bit Lauron's leg. I'm dead. Lauron screamed. I got bitten. My leg got bitten. Hurry, pull it off. Winnip was also pale from fear. That lizard was too big. It was practically a crocodile. Kane moved to the back to try and pull the lizard's tail, but Obitos swept his tail. Kane face-planted onto the ground. Obitos moved his head and pulled Lauron from Howard and Kareem's hands. Shoot! Shoot! Winnip cried. Boss, we didn't bring guns. Obitos crawled onto Lauron while the man lay on the ground, not daring to move. Winnip kept smacking Obitos with her purse, but Obitos wasn't hurt even after she broke her purse. Obitos stuck his tongue out and licked Lauron's face. Obitos. Daniel finally hurried over. He was also shocked to see the dragon on top of someone. Glancing at Daniel, Obitos moved off Lauron and crawled toward Winnip. Miss, don't move, Daniel warned. Obitos doesn't bite. He was worried that Winnip would try stepping on Obitos with her heels and anger the dragon. Winnip was frozen from fear. Obitos licked Winnip's feet and then walked away, shaking his head. Chapter 269, Never Appear Before Me Again. Chapter 269, Never Appear Before Me Again. What is it doing? Winnip and Lauron stared at Obitos, confused. Sorry, he's a bit naughty, Daniel sighed. He likes to scare people, but he doesn't bite. Mustering his courage, Lauron ran behind Obitos and pulled his tail. Obitos turned his head and glanced at Lauron. Then, he swung his tail and slapped Lauron's face. Old man, are you not embarrassed enough? Winnip patted Lauron. Kid, how much does this lizard cost? Sorry, he's not mine. I'm taking care of him for my friend. Daniel shook his head. Obitos, just wait for Chen's scolding later. Just then, they heard someone shout in the distance. Stop! Stop! Home was frantically chasing a group of dogs. Led by Blackmar and Whitemar, the group charged toward Lauron and Winnip. Blackmar and Whitemar each approached a person and then started to lick their hands. Daniel was very puzzled. The silly twins did the same thing as Obitos. It seemed like they really liked the two people. Woof. Fools, they're not Madam, Beelzebub barked at the silly twins. Stop embarrassing we demons, you idiots. But they really smell like Madam. Lauron gently touched Black Emme's head. It was furry and felt really good. Winnip, they really like us. Let's buy them. Sorry, they're not for sale too, Daniel said. They have the same owner as Obitos. Bring us to their owner. I believe their owner will be happy at our price. That's impossible. Their owner will definitely not sell them. Just bring us there. There's nothing money can't buy, Lauron said confidently. Old man, do you even have money? Winnip glanced at Lauron. Darling, you'll buy them for me, won't you? I'll see. If it's too expensive, I won't pay. Winnip looked at Whitemar who had been running around her. Such a huge dog was indeed adorable. Unable to convince them, Daniel could only bring Winnip and Lauron to Chen Zhao. By then, Chen Zhao had already healed the seal. He was talking to the animal trainer at the moment. The trainer really admired Chen Zhao. After all, the vet in the aquarium was unable to treat the seal, but Chen Zhao immediately discovered and solved the problem. Buddy, why don't you stay here and be our vet? Come on, I'm not a vet, I'm a doctor. This is just temporary. I don't plan to switch. Just then, Daniel arrived with the others. Chen, they would like to buy Obitos and the other pets. You. It's you. Chen Zhao frowned. Kid, it's you. Lauron also stared at Chen Zhao in anger. Chen Zhao had really played him terribly the day before. He had even peed himself. So you know each other. Chen Zhao saw Winnip and the hooded man. Chen, do you know them? Just a bunch of assholes, Chen Zhao said coldly. Why did you bring them here? They want to buy Obitos and the rest. Don't even think about it. Never appear before me again, or else. Chen Zhao opened his toolbox and Raymond stuck his head out. Laurent took 2 steps back in fear. He was really scared of snakes. Raymond was huge and colorful. As he hissed and opened his mouth, his pair of venomous teeth extended out directly. Indeed, he looked really fearsome. Smiling, Winnip looked at Chen Zhao. Are you sure? I am absolutely sure. If you appear before me again, I'll make you pay for it. Kid, I'll remember this line. You better not regret. Regret? Ha, who do you think you are? Chen Zhao glanced at Laurent and the rest in contempt. Is trash talking the only thing you can do? Or are the 3 weaklings beside you going to do something? Kane, Howard and Karim were all enraged. Boss, let me teach him a lesson. Laurent glanced at the 3. Do the 3 of you like to bully a normal person so much? Great, beat him up as hard as you can. It's an aquarium, not a place for you to fight. Daniel shouted. Kid, let's go outside. Didn't you just call us weaklings? Crash. Chen Zhao's fist landed on the wall. When he took it down, there was a clear imprint. Sorry, didn't think the quality of the wall is this bad. I'll pay for it. Chen Zhao rubbed off the dirt from his hand. What did you say just now again? Didn't hear you properly. The 3 kept silent. They could not say anything. They understood themselves very well and knew that they were certainly no match for Chen Zhao. Getting hit by that kind of punch would mean at least multiple fractures. Trash. Laurent kicked Kane's butt in anger. Actually, they would rather be kicked by Laurent than be punched by Chen Zhao. How much force was needed to leave an imprint on a concrete wall? Laurent, let's go. Winnip glanced at Chen Zhao and left with a gentle smile. Hey, bearded old man, Chen Zhao suddenly called. Laurent turned his head to see Chen Zhao with his middle finger. Gift for you. You'll regret this. You'll regret. Laurent screamed wildly. Sir, here's your prescription. You may now proceed to the pharmacy to take the medicines. There are 3 of them, all to be taken once after lunch and once after dinner. If you have any questions, you can ask the people in the pharmacy, for explained to her patient. Okay. Thank you, Dr. 4. For heaved a sigh. When she raised her head again, she saw Laurent and Winnip enter her office. Dad, Mom, why are you here? For was clearly surprised. Although they had informed her earlier that they were coming to Los Angeles, it was too sudden. They also did not tell her the exact date. Of course we're here to see you. How's work? Just fine, For said. Why don't you take a stroll outside first? I won't be leaving that soon. No, we haven't seen you at work. We'll wait for you here. For had no choice but to continue seeing her patients. She really felt uneasy that Laurent and Winnip were present. Actually, I'll apply for leave, For finally said. When they left the hospital, For looked at the 2. Where are we going now? You know where your sister lives, right? Indeed, they were just here to see Farley. They must have come to Los Angeles because Farley was dating. Chapter 270, Appearing Again. Chapter 270, Appearing Again. For was very experienced. From high school to college, she changed boyfriends faster than she changed her outfit. On the other hand, Farley was more introverted. She hadn't grown into her features back then either and was a bit below average. Especially compared to the brilliant 4, Farley seemed plain. When she went to college, she suddenly became beautiful. But due to her past habits and personality, she couldn't ever get a boyfriend. Laurent and Winnip even suspected that she was lesbian. After hearing that she got a boyfriend, they were both relieved and worried. Would she get lied to? Would she get hurt? They were too lazy to ask about 4's relationships. She was always the one hurting others. The guys could never hurt her. They just wished that their daughter wouldn't be too harsh on the guys. It was different with Farley though. She was loud and bold normally, but she actually had a sensitive and fragile personality. This was why they were especially worried and came to LA. Just for her. I just remembered that I need to make a call, for came up with an excuse. She wanted to call without Lauron and Winnip watching. But Winnip just smiled at her. Is there anyone you can't call in front of us? No. For felt awkward. Facing her seemingly gentle but actually authoritative mother, she didn't know what to do. Whatever. It's nothing important. Winnip was a smart businesswoman. Even Lauron, a former senator, surrendered to her, let alone for. Winnip had always been the scary parent. Their car arrived at Beverly Hills. Winnip was a bit surprised. They live here. Yes. Is Farley's boyfriend rich? No, they're only living here temporarily. Their previous house had a fire, so they're borrowing their friend's house. Why are they borrowing instead of renting their own? Lauron said, unhappy. A man would rather live in a tiny apartment than borrowing someone else's place. I have no respect for someone like him. Dad, Chen is pretty successful. He has a high income too. I heard that they bought a piece of land and are building a new home. It'll take 2 more months though, and you can't rent a suitable house from the real estate agent during that time, so they borrowed from a friend. For explained voluntarily because she'd promised Chen Zhao to try her best and make him sound good before her parents. Wow, you know a lot. Are you familiar with that man? Winnip looked meaningfully at For. Mom, do you think that your daughter is a slut? You always liked to steal Farley's things as a child. That was a long time ago, For said, annoyed. The car parked in front of the house and everyone got off. Sitting in the living room, Chen Zhao already saw Lauron, Winnip, and the 3 unfortunate bodyguards through the glass. He just didn't see the smaller 4 standing in the back. He rushed out. How dare you appear before me again? Haven't learned your lesson? Visit web novel. Live if you like manga, comics. Hi, Chen. For realized that Chen Zhao had met her parents before and they'd had a conflict. She hurriedly made a sound to stop the problem from worsening. For, how come you're here? Did they kidnap you? Let me introduce you all. Mom, Dad. Farley's sound came from behind Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao turned stiffly and saw Farley run out. When he looked back at Lauron and Winnip, they both had meaningful smiles. What did you just say? Can you say it again? Lauron grinned at Chen Zhao, stroking his beard. For buried her face. Farley hadn't noticed the awkward atmosphere and happily welcomed Lauron and Winnip in. Kane, Karim and Howard all covered their mouths, trying hard to keep their laughs in. Chen Zhao glared at the 3. He gestured at White Ma, Black Ma, Walter, and Obitos and then pointed at the 3. Chen Zhao's 4 demon lords surrounded the 3 poor bodyguards with evil intentions. Chen, what are you doing out there? Come in. Farley's voice sounded. Let me introduce everyone. This is my mom and dad. Hello, sir and madam. Chen Zhao had a forced smile. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Chen Zhao. You can call him Chen. Help. Kane and the others cried outside. Obitos, all of you get over here. Farley called. You're bullying people again. Obitos and the other demons sadly returned to the house and communicated with Chen Zhao through gazes. Farley, what does Chen do? He's a doctor. Which hospital does he work at? Is he For's colleague? Lauron asked, despite knowing the answer. The next moment, he touched something cool and exclaimed, snake. Snake. Farley went over and tossed Raymond out. Dad, don't be scared. That's Raymond. Farley, Winnip said. I thought you're really scared of snakes. I'm used to it, Farley said indifferently. They're all good kids. I'd think that he's an animal trainer, Lauron said, scoffing. Why does he have so many pets instead of working hard at being a doctor? Is he going to open a zoo? Mr. Lauron, I noticed that you're using some medicine recently. These aren't good for your heart, so I think it's best if you stop taking them. Problems with sex are common ailments for men, so you shouldn't feel embarrassed about going to see a doctor about them. Chen Zhao mercilessly exposed Lauron in front of everyone. Lauron's eyes widened and his face reddened. What nonsense are you spouting? My body is perfectly fine. I don't take any medicine. Oh, maybe I made a mistake. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Dad, For said. If you really have any problems, Chen is a very good choice. His skills are top-notch. She felt like this could give Chen Zhao some brownie points. He could get on Laurent's good side by healing him. I'm not sick. I don't need a doctor. Laurent's face twisted in anger. Winnip looked at him. Others might not know, but she obviously knew. Chapter 271, I am just a bodyguard. Chapter 271, I am just a bodyguard. Laurent had to maintain his dignity as a husband and as a father before his wife and daughter. There was no way he was going to admit it. Farley could roughly tell that there had been a conflict between her father and Chen Zhao. Dad, Chen and I have prepared dinner. Let's eat first. Chen's really a good chef. Are you sure it's enough for all of us? Kane, Karim and Howard haven't eaten too. It's definitely enough. Chen's appetite is really big. Kane, Karim and Howard were called into the house. When they carried the steamer basket out from the kitchen, even Four was astonished. Chen, do you eat this much every day? Aren't you afraid to get fat from eating so much carbs? Four asked in surprise. Most athletes would eat meat, fish and carbs. Carbs would eventually be turned into fats. A large amount of exercise would then turn the fats into muscles. However, if a person had too much carbs and too little exercise, it would become fat layers. Most Americans did not have the habit of eating rice. Nevertheless, Farley had been staying with Chen Zhao for a long time. When they were still friends, Farley had already been eating rice almost every day. Becoming fat was also impossible for Farley. As a coastal lifeguard, even if Farley did not eat rice, she still had to eat other kinds of carbs. Farley, don't you feel it's too crowded to live with him and so many pets? Laurent glanced at Chen Zhao. Why don't you give me 2 of your pets, say those 2 huge dogs? Dad, they're not dogs. They're wolves. Cough, cough. Laurent almost spurted some rice out from his nose. They're wolves. Yeah. It's too dangerous. You should send them to the zoo immediately. I definitely don't allow my daughter to stay with wolves. Or, you break up with him now. Dad, I hope there is a valid reason before you interfere with our relationship. Farley's face darkened. I feel really happy with Chen. I'm not going to break up with him because of such a ridiculous reason. Chen Zhao glanced at Laurent with the corner of his eye with a smile of victory. As a bystander, Four could clearly see the silent war between Chen Zhao and her father. Four sighed. They surely would not be able to get along with each other. Laurent was almost mad. With a stern face, he said, "He's not for you. He's just not good enough." Dad. Also enraged, Farley slapped the table. "Please respect Chen." Laurent, that's too much, Winnip also said. She was not really helping Farley. She just wanted to resolve the conflict between Laurent and Farley. If it continued, they were probably going to argue further. Actually, Chen Zhao was also having a headache. If he knew it was Farley's father, he would have acted much more calmly. However, the conflict had already happened. It was too late to regret. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao did not want Farley to argue with her parents because of him. A woman in a film could say to her parents, "We'll be happy even without your blessing." It was only a word of anger. No daughter would want her parents to be absent for her wedding. The only thing Chen Zhao could do now was to not make things worse. Nevertheless, the atmosphere during dinner was still rather tense. "Farley, your dad and I are going back to the hotel now." "Mom, which hotel are you staying at?" "Chen and I will go and visit you tomorrow," Farley asked. "Hilton Hotel." Farley was stunned. She looked at Chen Zhao and then at Laurent. "Did you already meet each other last night?" Nobody answered the question. It was truly an embarrassing night for Laurent. It was the first time he peed himself in fear, a really unspeakable humiliation. "All right, we should leave now. Don't come to the hotel tomorrow. Your dad and I want to go out and play ourselves. You'll only make things inconvenient for us." "Okay then." Winnip looked at Four. "Four, where are you going?" "I'll drive you." "Achoo. That asshole is definitely telling Farley about what happened to me. I'll not let him off." Laurent roared. "Enough. You've embarrassed yourself enough already, Winnip said emotionlessly. Kane, do you know any killer? Kill that asshole for me. Mr. Laurent, I'm just a bodyguard. I don't know any killer. Kane, don't listen to him. Yes, boss. Kane, Karim, and Howard were actually Winnip's bodyguards, not Laurent's. Therefore, in principle, they would only listen to Winnip. Winnip, why didn't you help me during dinner? Why would I help you? Chen's not that bad at all. At least he's above the passing line. How is he up to grade? I think he's worthless. At least he can earn money and protect Farley. He also treats Farley well. Why didn't I realize that he's been good toward Farley? Didn't you see the 2 cars parked outside? Farley has an Aston Martin, and he has a Ford. Maybe Farley bought it herself. Maybe even that Ford was bought by Farley. Winnip rolled her eyes. Farley once asked me for money, but the next day she told me she didn't need it anymore. That kid is surely eyeing your money. He wants Farley to inherit your property and then he can have it without effort. For had been sitting in the front passenger seat. She could not even be bothered with her father. She felt that the older her father was, the more childish he was. Are you sure Chen can treat your father's illness? Winnip asked. Yes, absolutely. He's the best doctor I've seen. Then why would he become an illegal doctor? Because illegal doctors earn more than legal doctors. At least he's earning more than me. Did you hear that? He's just a greedy bastard. The only thing in his eyes is money. Laurent, do you really not need his treatment? He's not the only good doctor in the world. Why must I find him? He will treat you for free, Winnip said. Laurent was speechless. Kane, do you know any gang? Find someone to beat him up. Mr. Laurent, if you want to beat him up, you better find an entire gang. A few people probably ain't enough. Aren't you professional? Can't you beat him? He's very strong. Chapter 272 How much money to leave my daughter? Chapter 272 How much money to leave my daughter? Okay, old bastard. You're already retired. If you don't want to be exposed by the political newspapers for hiring gangs to hurt others, then you better calm down. Laurent was just an old guy with no money or power, but he still had the temper from when he was a senator. He just didn't like Chen Zhao. It was the man's fault for fucking his daughter. As for Winnip, she didn't have a good impression of Chen Zhao, but it wasn't to the point of wanting to separate the lovebirds. At the moment, Chen Zhao and Farley were having sex, but Farley kept asking, Chen, what exactly happened between you, my dad, and my mom last night? Nothing. Can we not talk about this? Was he supposed to tell Farley that he made her dad piss his pants? Chen Zhao worked hard so Farley didn't have the chance to speak. Laurent and Winnip said that they wanted to spend the day alone, but Farley still brought Chen Zhao over to visit them. Mom, Dad, where are you two going today? We'll just walk around, Winnip said indifferently. Go on with your day. No need to accompany us. Farley looked at Chen Zhao, who immediately said, Madam, Farley took a day off work just to accompany you two. I don't have work today either. When a parent said that they didn't need accompaniment, it was never true. Parents always said the opposite of what they wanted. Time had to be squeezed out. Even if you had no time to sleep, you still had to accompany the parents. Chen Zhao would never make a basic mistake like that. If he couldn't get on Laurent's good side, then he'd try to win Winnip over. This is a family thing. Why are you coming? Laurent looked at Chen Zhao with dissatisfaction. Don't be like that, Laurent. Farley will go shopping with me today. You and Chen go have fun. Winnip felt that she should help build their relationship. Both Chen Zhao and Laurent's faces twitched. Was she trying to make them fight? Mom, Farley quickly said. That's not the best. Chen only came to LA half a year ago and Dad isn't familiar with here. Where will they go? I suddenly feel like this idea is good. Let's do it. For some reason, Laurent changed his mind and accepted the suggestion. Chen Zhao looked at him unkindly. What was this old asshole planning? Chen. Laurent grinned. Have you decided where to take me? Chen Zhao gritted his teeth at him. Mr. Laurent, where would you like to go? I'll listen to you. Fine. Chen Zhao had no way to back out. But since this old man was making it hard for him, there was no need for him to give in either. Kane, Karim, Howard, you three come with me, Laurent said. Chen Zhao shot a glance at them, warning them not to cause any trouble. Kane, Karim and Howard had headaches too. It was the most painful for them. Laurent just loved trouble. He might make them do something again, but they really couldn't win Chen Zhao. If only they could quit. You all go down first, Laurent said. I need to get ready. Chen, take care of my dad. Okay, I'll take good care of him. Chen Zhao waited in the hotel lobby for 30 minutes. Laurent finally strolled over. Kid, I'll be honest with you. Farley definitely cannot be with you. If you know your place, you better stay away from her. You're threatening me again? With what? Laurent huffed and turned away. Chen Zhao ignored him. He wasn't interested in pleasing someone like that. How much money do you need to leave Farley? Chen Zhao gaped at Laurent. That line should only appear in soap operas. Is your brain full of shit? You'll regret this, Laurent said through clenched teeth. We'll see. Chen Zhao met his gaze without backing off. Are we going to just sit here? They're coming back soon. Then let's go. Chen Zhao, Laurent and the 3 bodyguards left. Where are we going? Laurent and the bodyguards were in Chen Zhao's car. Just look around, Chen Zhao said non-committally. You said you'll take me to have fun. How old are you? Chen Zhao said as he drove. Do you have the energy? Just enjoy the view. Who's old? I'm only 50. Mom, are you sure they won't get into a fight? Farley and Winnip were in a store. The worker before Winnip was helping her try on a shoe. No. If you and Chen get married, they can't have some lifetime conflict. I haven't decided to marry him, Farley said, blushing. We've only been together for less than a month. Your eyes are full of him. I know those eyes. Winnip sounded very experienced. Chen is like that. He makes you feel reliant on him without realizing. As long as you like him, I'll support you. But Dad. He's not important. He's an old asshole. How can he judge someone else? Winnip's reply was filled with authority. Achoo. Laurent, are you sure you don't have a cold? I have medicine in my kit. Do you want it? Laurent felt that he'd gotten a cold from getting driven out of bed last night. He opened the toolkit beside his seat. Ah. Crying out, Laurent almost pissed his pants again. Raymond slithered out of the case and Laurent yelled, Kane, give me my gun, my gun. I'm gonna shoot this asshole. Mr. Laurent, we didn't bring out guns. Boss didn't let us. Laurent, how did you pursue Farley's mother when you're such a coward? Or did she grow protective of you because you're so cowardly? I must admit, that's a unique idea. It's not your place to judge my relationship with Winnip. Also, you better give me basic respect. I'm your elder. You should add Mr. when calling me. Okay, Mr. Laurent. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello. Chen, I have a client. I'm busy. I have an old guy with a horrible temper. I don't have time today. Wait, Laurent said. I'd like to see who your clients are. Take it. Chapter 273, Being Plotted. Chapter 273, Being Plotted. Unable to stop Laurent's persistent pestering, Chen Zhao could only accept the client. Chen Zhao, Laurent, and his 3 bodyguards came to an old street. Chen Zhao turned his head and glanced at Laurent. Laurent, are you sure you're coming with me? Call me Mr., Laurent said with his eyes wide. Chen Zhao ignored Laurent. Although there was no one around, the place looked like those gang assembly points in movies. If something were to happen to Laurent, Chen Zhao really did not know how to explain to Farley. You 3 better protect this old man properly, Chen Zhao said with a dark look. Mr. Laurent, I think we should leave now. Kane seemed to be worried too. Why did I hire you? To protect me. Laurent shouted. Mr. Laurent, the person who hired us is Ms. Winnip, not you. What's the difference? Chen Zhao had a headache. He parked at the roadside. After they alighted from the car, they walked into a small alley with Chen Zhao in front. There were tall grasses growing at the side of the alley. The place seemed to have been abandoned long ago. Chen Zhao wondered what kind of people were in there. Finally, they came to a building that looked like a factory. The door was filled with rust and the windows had also been sealed off. Chen Zhao was unsure if his client was really inside. Nevertheless, he still knocked on the metal door. Hollow echoes could even be heard from the inside. Just then, the door opened slightly and a person stuck his head out. He looked at Chen Zhao and then at the people behind him. "Who are you?" "I'm a doctor. I heard that someone here needs treatment." "What about them?" "They're new and going to learn from me." The person hesitated for a while, after which he threw Chen Zhao a black mask. "Wear this." "What do you mean?" "There are things inside that you shouldn't see." Indeed, the factory was used by a gang to produce some illegal stuff. Arms. Or drugs. "Why don't you bring the patient out?" "That's even safer," Chen Zhao said. "He can't really move," the person said again. Chen Zhao found it really troublesome. "Then forget it. I won't treat the patient anymore. Bye." "Wait. Why are we leaving now?" "I want to go in and take a look," Laurent said. "Laurent, do you have any idea where this place is? Do you know what we might encounter?" "I don't care. I just want to go in." "Give me a mask," Laurent said. Chen Zhao already regretted bringing this troublemaker with him. Really want to just kill him now. Laurent was not considerate at all. "Fine." Chen Zhao could only wear the mask. "Give me your phone as well." Chen Zhao sighed and gave his phone to the person. With his mask on, he was led into the factory. There was complete silence. It felt very uncomfortable. After 3 or 4 minutes, Chen Zhao felt that he was brought into a room. It seemed to be an ice storage room. Then, Chen Zhao heard the door close with a bang. He waited for quite a while. "Have we reached already? Can I take off the mask?" "Hello." Chen Zhao thought about it and took off the mask. He realized that he was really in an ice room. Behind him was a thick iron door. Then, he saw Laurent's face through the insulating glass on the door. Chen Zhao tried to turn the handle on the door. It was probably locked from the outside. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. "Open it." Laurent waved his hand from the outside. "Kid, how do you feel inside? It's all arranged by you?" Chen Zhao's face darkened. "Of course. Aren't you surprised?" Laurent stared at Chen Zhao with a complacent look. Bang! Chen Zhao punched the door, causing it to rumble, but his hand also felt very painful. The iron door was thicker than he thought. The glass was also a piece of 10 centimeters tempered glass. Moreover, it had clearly just been installed, probably on the same day. The whole place was but a trap for Chen Zhao. "Kid, if you promise me that you'll leave Farley, I'll let you out." "Laurent, stop playing such a childish game. It's not funny. Call me Mr. Laurent," Laurent said with a serious voice. "You can't keep me here forever. Open the door and I'll pretend that nothing has happened." "I indeed can't keep you here forever, but I can make you suffer for now." Laurent looked at Chen Zhao happily. "But after I go out, I'll make you suffer too." Chen Zhao stared at Laurent, gritting his teeth. "Then we shall see who can smile till the end." Laurent left the window. The temperature kept dropping. Chen Zhao's long-sleeve shirt and jacket could not provide him with enough warmth. However, Chen Zhao could eat food to maintain his body temperature. He still had a lot of roasted wyvern meat. Indeed, he would not starve for a long while, not to mention just a day. "Kane, are you sure he'll surrender?" "Mr. Laurent, I can't promise you anything." "How long can we keep him in there?" "No more than 3 hours or his life will be in danger," Kane answered. "All right. Look at the time. I don't plan to kill him. Mr. Laurent, if he dies, it's your problem, not ours." The 3 bodyguards clearly did not want to be responsible for it. "Don't worry. You said that he'll be fine as long as it doesn't exceed 3 hours. "I didn't say he'll be fine. The temperature in there is 14 degrees Fahrenheit. It's easy to get frostbite." "Frostbite's fine. Teach him a lesson so that he'll stay away from my daughter." Mr. Laurent, are you sure this will make him leave Ms. Farley? Yes. Laurent was actually unsure himself. It was more like revenge for what Chen Zhao had done to him. After half an hour, Laurent approached the ice room and looked inside. Dong. Laurent knocked on the door but still did not see Chen Zhao. Bang. Suddenly, the iron door produced a loud bang. Laurent almost fell backward in shock. Chen Zhao had been hiding just behind the iron door, below the window. Laurent looked at him in anger. Kid, you still want to scare me now? Are you planning to stay there forever? You're going to let me out sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry. After eating some wyvern meat, Chen Zhao felt a hot current flowing in his body. He did not feel cold at all. I'll see how long you can persist. Don't let me catch you. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. Only in your dream. Chapter 274, We've made up already. Chapter 274, We've made up already. Boom, boom, boom. Kane, do you think that guy will break the door down? No way, Kane answered. That's a 15-centimeter thick steel door. Not even 15 kilograms of TNT can blash it open. Unless he has tools, Karim said. There's nothing in there other than ice. Ice. Everyone noticed the problem. Mr. Laurent, I think we should go. Why? If Chen Zhao comes out, Kane said, he'll kill us. Can he really break open the door? He might be smashing the door with ice wrapped in clothes, Kane said, expression serious. How long will it take for him to open it? Don't know, but it's definitely dangerous for us to stay here. There were dents in the door now. The crashes kept ringing in their minds. Kane, Karim, and Howard were terrified to stand outside and watch. If they were caught by the creature inside, they'd definitely be dismembered. If they'd known this, they wouldn't help Laurent plan this. They didn't get any benefits and would instead be remembered by Chen Zhao. The three looked over at Laurent, making him unhappy. He'd clearly won by bringing Chen Zhao into his trap. How come they had to escape so pitifully as if they'd lost? But staying here really was too dangerous. Chen Zhao had been trapped for more than an hour. If he really broke out, no one knew what he would do. Go, go, Laurent said. I don't want to see him. The four fled from the factory. Laurent, how come you're back so early? Winnip asked, surprised to see Laurent back. Why isn't Chen with you? L.A. doesn't have anywhere fun, Laurent replied, unhappy. That guy doesn't know of any places either. It was a mistake to have him take me out. Winnip, when will we go home? Not so soon. We're finally at L.A. So we have to walk around. Oh, I want to visit the Walk of Fame tomorrow. Chen Zhao wrapped the ice with his clothes, but after half an hour, the shirt was completely ragged. It couldn't cover the ice anymore. He started using his fists, but it really hurt. He couldn't continue after a few punches. He could only turn to his feet, but it didn't last long either. This door was too thick. He wasn't strong enough at all. There was only one way to get out. The mouth of Glutton on his right hand. Only it could open the door. Chen Zhao took out the scroll for soul connection. He'd read it a few times before, but he couldn't remember it completely. He could only wing it now, but there wasn't much hope. But without the noise and bustle outside, he was calmer than before. Chen Zhao moved his right hand. It didn't work. When he activated the soul connection, Chen Zhao felt more like he was turning magic power into a plug to put into a socket. It wasn't easy to plug into the socket. The plug couldn't be too big or small, it had to be just right. Chen Zhao pulled back a bit of the magic power and tried to control the mouth of Glutton. He failed again. He might have released too much magic power. He had to readjust it. He tried again and failed. Tried again and failed. A few more tries later, Chen Zhao felt dizzy. He couldn't continue and coldness seized him. He shivered and felt more awake. He took out some dragon meat to replenish his strength and energy. He tried the soul connection to the mouth of Glutton again. This time, pain pricked his head and his arm shuddered. Chen Zhao quickly stopped. The pain came quickly but also left quickly. It was like nothing had happened. Had he been using magic too often? He had no idea, but he tried to activate the soul connection again. Surprisingly, it was much smoother than before. He'd succeeded. It was connected. Chen Zhao finally felt something different with his right arm. He could control it freely as if it was his own. His arm expanded and was covered in a metallic glint. Not only could he control the mouth of Glutton, but he could also sense its feelings. And its hunger. The mouth of Glutton wasn't interested in the steel gate. Chen Zhao took a deep breath and waved his arm. Boom. The tempered glass shattered and the door was completely dented. A large amount of cold air started leaking out. That punch had been countless times stronger than Chen Zhao's own. He built up power to punch again. This punch was even stronger than before. The entire wall shook and the sound echoed throughout the room. The door flew out with a boom. Finally, Chen Zhao could breathe fresh air and enjoy the warm current. It was deep at night now. As Chen Zhao walked out of the factory, the outside was silent. It was empty of people. This was an abandoned neighborhood in the first place. No one lived here anymore. Not only had Laurent locked him in the freezer for 8 hours, but he'd also driven the car away. Chen Zhao didn't even have a phone, so he could only go back on foot. After 1 hour, Chen Zhao finally ran the 50 kilometers back home. Chen, you're back. Farley saw that Chen Zhao was back, but he was completely drenched in sweat. How was it with Dad today? Did you have fun? Yes, very happy. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. How did things go? I think we've made up already, Chen Zhao said, smiling. We decided to go out again tomorrow. Really? That's great. I finally don't have to worry anymore. Farley hugged Chen Zhao, feeling the concern in her dissolving. Oh, did your phone die? I couldn't call you. Yeah, it died. I left it with your dad. I'll go get it from him tomorrow. Where did you go today? It's men's secret. Don't ask. Fine. I'm happy to see you two interact nicely. I'm happy too. I think I can become good friends with your dad. Did you eat dinner yet? I want to eat you first. Chen Zhao hugged Farley from behind, starting to get scandalous. You're so dirty. Go shower first. No, we'll shower together later. Let's eat first. Chen Zhao already pulled down Farley's straps and was kissing her. A few moves later, Farley was already moaning. Chapter 275, I don't mind it at all. Chapter 275, I don't mind it at all. The next day, Chen Zhao woke up very early. Farley used her hand to block the sunlight that was shining into the room. Despite having sex for a long time last night, Chen Zhao still woke up this early. Chen, why are you up now? Your dad and I agreed that we'll go out and play together today, so I should prepare earlier, Chen Zhao said. Can you drive me to the hotel? Okay. Farley dragged her exhausted body out of the bed. She did not expect Chen Zhao and her father to turn from enemies into best friends in just a day. Nonetheless, she was happy to see it. Didn't you drive your car back yesterday? I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I left my car with your dad. You weren't feeling well? Then why did you continue till midnight? Don't mind the details. Chen Zhao urged Farley, who finally finished her makeup. Why are you in such a hurry? Dad and Mom will be here for a few days. No, it has to be today, Chen Zhao said. Is it a special day today? It's a secret. Is it a man's secret again? After they arrived at the hotel, Chen Zhao and Farley waited for the elevator. Kane, Karim and Howard just happened to come out from the elevator. When they saw Chen Zhao and Farley, their expressions immediately changed. Hey, Kane, Karim, Howard. Do you miss me? Chen, the three really wanted to run away. They did not want to face Chen Zhao at all. I have suddenly thought of a fun place to go today. Make sure you're there. The three smiled bitterly. Chen Zhao put his hand on Kane's shoulder. Kane did not want to move, but he was still pushed back into the elevator. Kane, Karim and I have something else. You can go and play with Chen. Hope you'll have fun. Howard and Karim escaped out of the elevator. Kane stared at the two traitors with much resentment. Farley had still not realized the strange behaviors of Chen Zhao and Kane. She naively thought that they were just fooling around as friends. The men in the coastal rescue team would fool with each other in similar ways. With Kane and Farley beside him, Chen Zhao knocked on the door of Winnip's and Laurent's room. "Farley, Chen, here you are." Winnip hugged Farley. "What's your plan for today?" "Laurent and I agreed that we'll go out and play together." "Huh?" Winnip turned her head and looked at her husband, confused. Laurent had just told her the day before that they did not have much fun. Could he be too embarrassed to tell her the truth? After all, Laurent and Chen Zhao had restored their relationship in just a day. "Laurent, let's go. By the way, return me my phone and car keys first." Laurent's cheeks twitched. "I feel ill today. I don't really want to go out." "It's okay. Ask Chen to take a look," Farley said. "Mom, let's go and have breakfast." "Farley, don't you have to go to work today?" "Mom, why don't we go to Angel Beach in the afternoon?" "Let's go together." Laurent immediately wanted to follow them. "Laurent, just let them go. We'll play ourselves." Smiling, Chen Zhao pressed Laurent back onto his chair. "Winnip, Farley, have fun." "We will. Have fun too." Kane and Laurent were both terror-stricken at the moment. Chen Zhao's face was filled with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened the day before. However, a cold aura was being emitted from him. He clearly did not come here to play with them. "Chen, I'm very sorry. Actually, I was just joking with you yesterday. I don't mind it at all." "Really?" "Yes. I really don't mind it." Chen Zhao nodded with a very serious and sincere expression. "I really feel unwell today. I don't want to go out." "Then I'll go and tell Winnip and Farley what you did to me." "Didn't you say you don't mind it?" Laurent quickly stopped Chen Zhao. "For me to not mind it, you need to play with me today. You're not going to lock me in an ice room too, right? I'm too old. You can lock Kane and the rest in though." "No. It's Mr. Laurent's idea. We're not involved. Don't worry. I won't lock any of you in an ice room. I won't even hurt you. Trust me." Chen Zhao looked sincerely at Laurent. "I really just want to repair our relationship, not for me, just for Farley." "Really? Of course. You promise you won't lock me in an ice room?" "Absolutely." "Swear in the name of God." "I swear in the name of God that I won't attack you or lock you in an ice room. You won't force me to eat anything disgusting, right? Or let your pets attack me." "Yes. I promise I won't." Despite Chen Zhao's promises, Laurent was still worried. Kane was even more worried. However, Laurent really did not want Winnip and Farley to know what he had done to Chen Zhao in an attempt to force Chen Zhao and Farley to break up. If Farley found this out, she would certainly break off all relations with Laurent. Chen Zhao brought Laurent and Kane out of the hotel. A business car was already parked before them. "Let's board the car," Chen Zhao said. The two got onto the car and realized that Karim and Howard were there too. However, there were also a few muscular men and a female T-Rex beside them. "Hi, Karim, Howard. How are you?" Chen Zhao greeted. Their faces were completely pale. Laurent and Kane wanted to leave the car at once, but the doors were already locked. "Chen, you said you won't hurt me. I'm Farley's father. You can't hurt me. Why would I hurt you? You're so old, after all." Chen Zhao said to the driver, "Go to the dock." The car arrived at the dock. Chen Zhao and Laurent left the car first. "Chen, where are we going?" "Out to the sea." "Wait. I watched the news yesterday. There will be a storm 100 nautical miles to the west of the coast," Laurent reminded. Chen Zhao did not reply. Instead, he brought Laurent into the ship rental company. "We need a small yacht. Laurent, lend me your credit card." Soon, they successfully rented a 7-meter yacht. Its original price was probably only tens of thousands and it had just one cockpit. With the help of Gaia and the rest, Kane, Karim, and Howard were all brought onto the yacht. Then, they set sail. "Chen, you're going to sink us into the sea? You know it's illegal to kill someone here, right? Please." "Of course, I know that. Why would I kill someone?" Chen Zhao controlled the rudder. Chen, the sky ahead is dark. There's a storm. We can't go further. Chapter 276, Steering into the Storm. Chapter 276, Steering into the Storm. Chen, please stop the boat, Kane and the others pleaded with Chen Zhao. The small boat was now a dozen nautical miles from the storm. The waves had grown larger and the ship was starting to shake. Chen Zhao used the fixing rod to fix the steering wheel. Then he turned toward everyone and chased them out of the cockpit. Don't you think that facing the storm is exciting? You're crazy, you know? This boat is so small. We're going to die. It is indeed dangerous, Chen Zhao said. Please put on your life vests. Chen, I'm sorry. Let's go back. I promise I won't stop you and Farley from being together. I'll give my blessings. Laurent and the others were terrified. They'd never seen someone so crazy. It was one thing to make the others drown at sea, but there was no need to drown yourself. You're not a true man until you've experienced a storm. Chen Zhao stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching storm with a tragic yet heroic expression. I lived 50 years like this and it's great. I don't want to be a true man. Laurent was crying. We're already here, so there's no reason to go back, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. There's a Chinese saying. Since we are here, then let us settle. Kane, Karim, Howard, Laurent yelled. If you don't want to die, we must stop him. Chen Zhao picked up the baseball bat beside him. He'd prepared this beforehand. Laurent and the others were frightened by the bat. It was used just to scare them. However, Chen Zhao wasn't going to scare them by holding it. He wrenched and snapped the solid wooden bat. Does anyone want to experience getting his arm broken? Chen, I know you're angry at us. You can take revenge however you'd like once we get back to land. But we'll really die like this. Kane's face was filled with pleading. Yeah. You can't joke about this. Is locking me inside the freezer a joke then? You said you don't mind. Yeah. I didn't lock you in a freezer or hit you, right? At least for now. You know that you'll die too, right? Do you think I'm afraid? Just then, a huge wave crashed down. The entire boat was lifted 4 or 5 meters. It fell back onto the surface of the sea and everyone toppled to the ground. Chen Zhao held the railing with one hand, admiring how pathetic the others looked. The sky suddenly darkened. The wind and waves grew angrier too. It was too late to go back now. They'd already entered the storm zone. A terrible wave slammed down. The boat was overturned instantly. Everyone fell into the water. The waves kept crashing down on them. Chen Zhao reached out and pulled Laurent out of the water. He didn't have to care about Kane, Karim, or Howard. They were fit, since they were bodyguards. They could totally survive being in the water. At least, they won't die for the time being. You asshole, Laurent cursed at Chen Zhao wildly. Psycho, idiot, you're gonna kill us all. Cough, cough. A wave came and Laurent choked on some mouthfuls of water. Chen Zhao kept his eyes on Kane and the others so they won't be washed away by the waves. They all wore life vests, so their lives weren't in danger for now. To be honest, facing the storm in the sea was safer than being on the boat. Plus, sea storms came and passed quickly. Within 10 minutes, the sky brightened again. But now came the true test. The hot sun baked the people on the surface of the sea. Chen, I know you brought the SOS instrument. Hurry and call people to save us. Please, you think I have something like that? Chen Zhao didn't even wear a life vest. When they reached the storm zone, he'd also taken off his clothes and was only left with swim trunks. You really didn't bring it? Of course. We're at least 100 nautical miles from land. You psycho, how are we going back now? Swimming, of course, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. You see how I'm wearing swim trunks? This should explain my intentions. Crazy. You best save your energy, Chen Zhao said easily. If you keep yelling, you'll be dehydrated. He turned to Kane, Karim, and Howard. Hey, you guys good? Not good at all, Kane said with gritted teeth. I really regret angering you, madman. Swimming a bit is just exercise. This is 100 nautical miles. No matter how fit we are, we can't swim all that under the sun. It depends on the person. Believe in yourself. Believe your ass, Kane said without energy. Even a marathon athlete can't do 100 nautical miles. Some professional swimmers could swim dozens of kilometers across a strait, but that was under conditions where they could receive food and fresh water. Even Chen Zhao couldn't swim 200 kilometers. However, he acted very calm as if there was nothing to worry about. An hour later, the others had no more energy left. They could only float on the surface. Chen Zhao was still spirited. He swam around them all. Come on. We haven't even swum 2 kilometers. How come you all stopped? We still have a long way to go. Crazy, crazy, fuck you, Laurent swore. They all thought that they would die on the sea. They didn't know if Chen Zhao would die, but they were sure that they would die. After floating for 2 more hours, it was already noon. Laurent didn't even have the energy to speak anymore. Everyone was dehydrated and the sun was even brighter now. Chen Zhao was still very lively. This bastard is too fit, everyone thought. He clearly moved more than them, but he still wasn't tired. Everyone had surrendered to their fate. They were too small. Compared to the vast sea, they were nothing. They couldn't see land, couldn't see hope. Look, what's that? Chen Zhao suddenly called out, pointing into the distance. Everyone saw a black 2-meter-tall fin on the water surface. They were all shocked. A killer whale. Kane yelled. It's a killer whale. We're dead, we're dead. We're gonna get eaten. Chapter 277 Used your credit card? Chapter 277 Used your credit card? Swim faster. Chen Zhao shouted. Indeed, humans have potential. The originally dying group was greatly motivated once again. They swam wildly. Even Laurent kept moving his arms tirelessly. However, such a burst of energy was meant to be short-lived. Very soon, everyone was exhausted and could no longer swim. Faster, faster. Don't stop. The killer whale's right behind us. I can't. Chen, if you live, take care of Farley. Tell them that I love them. Laurent's face was wet with tears. It's not the time for desperation yet. We still have hope. Come on. I really can't. Bastard, stop talking to me. Just let the whale eat me. Can you really not swim anymore? Yes. Really? Yes. Really? Asshole, what are you doing? Just swim. Chen Zhao approached Kane, Karim and Howard. Can you not swim anymore too? You demon. Asshole. Why are you not tired? Just then, Chen Zhao started to rise higher and higher. With their eyes widened, Laurent, Kane, Karim and Howard all stared at Chen Zhao who was standing on the sea. You. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's body shot up into the air. An enormous creature jumped out of the sea and then landed hard into the water again. Chen Zhao was standing on the killer whale. Chen Zhao held onto the fin and stared at the rest. Do you want to come up here and rest for a while? What? Isn't the killer whale going to eat us? You swam too fast just now. I forgot to introduce you. This is Amorn, my pet. Asshole. Bastard. Prick. Jerk. Laurent had somehow regained his strength. He was almost floating on the sea in exhaustion just now, but now he had the energy to curse Chen Zhao again. Chen Zhao pulled the rest onto Amorn's back, after which he patted Amorn's back. All right. Send us to the shore. So you've planned it all. Asshole, I thought I was really going to die. Laurent leaped at Chen Zhao, attempting to choke him to death. Laurent, do you want to be submerged in the sea again? Chen Zhao stopped Laurent. With his face filled with indignation, Laurent gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. His huge. Kane looked at the shadow in the sea. He estimated the killer whale to be about 15 meters long. Most killer whales could only reach 10 meters. Amorn was really a super beast. Now we're even. Who's even with you? Laurent looked at Chen Zhao in anger. You almost killed me. You locked me in an ice room for 8 hours yesterday. You stayed for 8 hours? What do you think? I only got back at 8 at night, with my feet. Chen Zhao also stared at the others in fury. You should thank me for not letting you spend the whole night on the sea. Wait. You used my credit card to rent the yacht. Laurent suddenly recalled something. Yes. You knew that the yacht will be overturned. Return me my money. How could you do this? Laurent wanted to cry but had no tears. It cost tens of thousands. Chen Zhao ignored Laurent's screams. Letting him lose tens of thousands was already a light punishment. Amorn's speed in water was extremely fast, almost 3 times as fast as an ordinary killer whale. In just over an hour, they were already close to the shore. At Angel Beach, a lifeguard was looking through a pair of binoculars on the stand. Just then, he saw something on the sea. A few people seemed to be standing on the sea in the distance. The lifeguard immediately charged back into the HQ. Come out. I think there are people in trouble. Many lifeguards ran out from the HQ and looked at the sea with their binoculars. Chen. He looks like Chen. Let me take a look. Farley snatched the binoculars. Apart from Chen Zhao, she also saw her father. Did Chen Zhao and her father play on the sea today? Wait, they're not on a ship. Amorn. They were sitting on Amorn's back. By then, the tourists at the beach had also discovered them. The part of Amorn's back exposed above the surface was very large. It looked like a black ship. Look. Is that Amorn? That's the Amorn from the videos. Who are those people? They look like they've just lost their ship. Did Amorn save people again? By then, Amorn had already reached the shallow water zone. Killer whales could leave the sea temporarily without dying. This was even more true for Amorn. When he charged to the shore, the tourists around him all ran back in shock. Chen Zhao and the rest jumped down from Amorn's back. Chen Zhao also patted Amorn's head. Amorn moved his body and slowly returned to the sea. Just then, Winnip walked out from the crowd and approached Laurent. Laurent, Chen, why were you on Amorn's back? Winnip, why are you here? How did you know Amorn? Amorn's the legendary whale. Who doesn't know him? Farley also walked out and pulled everyone back into the HQ. Chen, what happened? Why were you on the sea? Laurent wanted to see Amorn, so I brought him there, Chen Zhao said, looking at Laurent. Why didn't you bring me? Winnip was clearly unhappy. I want to sit on Amorn's back too. Laurent, Kane, Karim and Howard almost cried. They would rather not have such an experience. Winnip had no idea what they had just encountered. Mom, Amorn is Chen's pet. If you want to interact with Amorn, you can find Chen. Chen, am I right? Of course. Chen Zhao had a bright smile on his face. He glanced at Laurent and the bodyguards with a threatening look. Only then did Winnip's mood turn better. She had always liked aquatic mammals. She had zero immunity against dolphins and whales. When she saw Chen Zhao and Laurent left Amorn's back just now, she felt as if she had just lost $1 billion. Chen, is Amorn really your pet? Yes. How did you tame Amorn? Mon, don't even think about it. You won't be able to do it. Only Chen can do it. While Laurent really did not want to, he still had to admit that Chen Zhao was an excellent animal trainer. It was almost unbelievable how Chen Zhao could tame such a wild killer whale and ask him to save all of them. Chapter 278, I'm only worth 1 killer whale. Chapter 278, I'm only worth 1 killer whale. Chen, take me to see Amorn now. Winnip looked seriously at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Farley. Go. Be careful. Farley trusted Chen Zhao. You're not coming? Chen Zhao asked her. She'd interacted with Amorn when they fought with the Mexican gang, so they weren't strangers. Okay, I'll go too. Chen Zhao and Farley were there, but they still made Winnip put on a life vest. The three rowed out to sea in a kayak. A while later, Amorn appeared. When the huge head poked out of the water, Winnip was still a bit frightened. After all, the huge mouth could swallow her. It won't bite, right? It won't. Chen Zhao promised. What does it eat? Winnip wanted to feed Amorn. Chen Zhao was speechless, thinking, dear mother-in-law, we didn't bring anything. Other than yourself, you have nothing to feed him with. Still, Chen Zhao let Winnip ride Amorn and go out on a few spins. Farley, you won't go on? Nope. There'll be more chances, right? Of course. You can go on at any time. Chen Zhao lay in the kayak, hugging Farley. Right now, Winnip was like a young girl. She rode the waves while yelling happily. After a leap, Winnip finally came off of Amorn with satisfaction. Chen Zhao went into the water to feed Amorn a demonic crystal and dragon meat. Returning to the kayak, Winnip was still excited. She couldn't calm down. Chen, if you can help me train a killer whale, I'll let you take Farley. Mom, I'm only worth 1 killer whale. Oh, then how about 2? Okay, this queen was a bit funny. After returning to land, Winnip grabbed Lauron and kept talking about her time with Amorn. Lauron and Chen Zhao had a tacit understanding not to mention things that could hurt each other. The video of Chen Zhao, Lauron, and the others riding Amorn once again went viral online. Different from the unclear video from that night, Chen Zhao and the others' faces were finally shown. Ronnie, Vera, and Faith were playing in the grass. Laffer sat there, letting the kids rest against it. Laffer wasn't as smart as Black Ma and White Ma, but it was still loyal. Faith, is that Uncle Chen? Ronnie grabbed Faith. She held a tablet and pointed with her chubby fingers. Faith studied the screen. Yeah, that's Uncle Chen. His fish is so big. I wanna play with a big fish too. Just then, Risva and Laura walked out. Ronnie ran over with the tablet. Mom, Dad, I wanna go play at Uncle Chen's house. He has a big fish. What big fish? Look at the big fish. Risva and Laura accepted the tablet with suspicion. This can't be Chen's pet too, right? Don't know. Maybe it's a wild killer whale. Mom, Dad, can we get a big fish too? Risva had a headache. This type of fish couldn't be raised so easily. Daddy, you won't do it. You don't love me anymore. Risva's headache grew worse. This girl was a drama queen. Should we ask Chen? But that's a killer whale. If anything happens, Risva wasn't really willing. Going to watch a performance at the aquarium was one thing. Letting his daughter get close with a killer whale was something else altogether. I think Chen should have his own judgment. If he thinks it's dangerous, he won't agree. Ever since Chen Zhao cured Laura, she became very trusting of him. I'll ask Del. Risva called Del immediately. Del, I have a question. Do you know if Chen has a killer whale as a pet? Oh, you mean Amorn? I know. I asked him so many times for me to see Amorn, but he won't let me. That killer whale is called Amorn. You haven't seen the video? Half a month ago, he and his friends ran into a Mexican gang out at sea. Amorn saved them. Apparently, this is the biggest killer whale known to humanity now. I have no clue how Chen trained it. Right now, your daughter and my daughters all want to go see Amorn or have us raise a killer whale too. I have a headache. How about we go and eat dinner at Chen's with the kids today? You call him to prepare more dinner. Else there won't be enough food. Chen, me, Johnny, Laura, and our kids want to eat dinner at your place tonight. Is that okay? Sure. Farley's parents are here too. Oh, bring some groceries. We might not have enough. After notifying Risva, they raced over to Chen Zhao's home. Risva took 2 bottles of red wine from his wine cabinet. Seeing everyone here, Chen Zhao first hugged Laura affectionately. Laura, how have you been these days? I've been great. Thank you, Chen. Chen, I brought some wine. These aren't $1 million bottles again, right? Chen Zhao was still heartbroken over the last bottle. Don't worry. These are only a few 10,000. A few $10,000 was already a lot. Chen Zhao led everyone inside. Seeing that Chen Zhao had guests, Lauron didn't embarrass him. He didn't like Chen Zhao, but he wouldn't cause trouble in front of outsiders. The 3 kids went straight for Black Ma, White Ma, and Obitos. I'm a dragon knight, rare, Faith yelled, sitting on Obitos. I'm the White Wolf Knight. I'm the Black Wolf Knight. There were too many people here tonight. Chen Zhao had Kane, Karim and Howard set up 2 grills in the yard. Risvar, Del, and Laurent stood by the grill. They chatted while barbecuing. Laura, Farley, and Winnip sat by the pool to talk. Just then, Faith came over on Obitos. "Uncle Chen, where's the big fish? Where is it? Why don't I see it? What big fish?" Chen Zhao had no clue. "That really, really big black and white one. Faith is talking about Amorn," Del said. "That killer whale. I rode Amorn today," Winnip said. "It was so fun. Chen brought me. I never imagined that there could be such an obedient killer whale. It's much more obedient and smarter than the ones in the aquarium." Faith, Ronnie, and Vera stared at Chen Zhao with puppy eyes. Chapter 279, Barbecue. Chapter 279, Barbecue. "Chen, you won't disappoint them, will you?" Risvar looked at Chen Zhao. "Maybe when I'm free. I'm quite busy these few days," Chen Zhao said. "Chen, you can guarantee their safety, right?" Laura was still rather worried. "Rest assured. My pets won't hurt people." "Risvar, are you the chairman of GDB Ocean Shipping?" Winnip found Risvar somewhat familiar, but she could not confirm. Winnip was operating a supermarket chain whose stores were distributed among 4 cities in California. There was a store in Los Angeles too. Of course, she was not as rich as Risvar. They also had no business relations with each other. Winnip found Risvar familiar because Risvar had appeared on a few business magazines before. "Ms. Winnip, I know you're the owner of a supermarket chain. I actually agree with your business philosophy a lot. Maybe we can cooperate in the future if there's a chance." Risvar was just being polite. Ocean shipping and opening a supermarket were almost totally irrelevant. Although supermarkets also needed to import items, most of it was done via the air or the land, not the ocean. Super firms like Walmart could use ocean shipping, but not Winnip's supermarkets. "How did you know Chen?" Winnip asked. "My wife was unwell. Chen healed her illness." "Huh. Laura doesn't look like she was sick." Laura smiled and took down her wig. "It's hair loss." Laura's head was still quite bare, but there was already a very short layer of hair. "Chen, I've also been experiencing hair loss recently. At my age, can I still be treated?" Winnip asked. "From your look, it's probably caused by too much stress at work. It's not a big problem and can be treated easily. I have some self-made medicine. Try it. It should solve the problem." "Winnip, let's not use such a non-standard medicine," Laurent interrupted. After holding in for an entire night, Laurent finally argued with Chen Zhao again. "Laurent, your hair loss is caused by sex dysfunction. I can't really do much about that. Who has sex dysfunction? Stop bullshitting." "All right, stop. We just thought you've already fixed your relationship today. After a bit of alcohol, you're starting again." Luckily, Chen Zhao and Laurent stopped and did not worsen their conflict. They were both very careful, worried that what they had done to each other would be exposed. During the barbecue, everyone ate and drank together. The kids played freely at the place. Everyone had fun. Kane, Karim, and Howard did not drink. While they seemed to be very timid before Chen Zhao, they were actually professional bodyguards. When the party ended, they drove Del and Risvar home. Chen Zhao and Farley had to clean up the mess. They worked until 10 at night. The next day, Chen Zhao went to the construction site at Mirror Lake to check the progress of his new house. Felwood Cisco came out to welcome him. "Mr. Chen. Felwood, how's the house? We've already finished the main body, which is supposed to be fast, but we need more time for the external and internal constructions, as well as the decorations. Just tell me how long you need. You know that my old house was burnt down. Now I'm staying at my friend's place, so I hope you can make it quicker." "Mr. Chen, I can't make it any quicker, because I need to guarantee its quality first. After all, the house is beside the lake. If its quality is substandard, the entire building might be in danger, so we need to do it slowly." "I know. Just tell me straight how long you need." Chen Zhao was quite anxious. Even though his relationship with Rasfa and Zola was really good, it was still not his own house. Farley had the same feeling. No matter how good the hillside villa was, they could not treat it like their home. They felt more like staying in a hotel. At least 2 months. All right. Chen Zhao glanced at the main body of the building. It could not even be considered as an undecorated house. Chen Zhao's new house had a unique design. Its main material was not bricks and mortar but rather carbonized steel and glass. These materials were as strong as steel and also had higher plasticity. They were lighter than steel reinforcements and could also avoid getting struck by lightning. Of course, there still had to be bearing walls to support the main building. Both Chen Zhao and Farley preferred modern buildings. Therefore, the house which Robio had designed for them looked really modern and technological. At the lakeside, there was a wooden bridge that was over 10 meters long. A small dock had already been built. The dock should be the easiest part of the project. Nevertheless, given Mirror Lake's depth, only small ships would be able to dock here. Medium ships might not even be able to come in. The water engineering team that Risfar had hired had also started to widen and deepen the water channel. While Chen Zhao really hoped that the new house could be finished as soon as possible, it was not made of Legos. He could only wait patiently. Moreover, Chen Zhao also had to earn more money in the meantime. Furniture and electronic sets would not be cheap. For example, a high-class home theater cost about $80,000 to $90,000. A kitchen set also cost about $10,000 or $20,000, so did a bathroom set. Chen Zhao did not calculate the exact amount, but he estimated that he needed about $300,000. In terms of furniture, Chen Zhao had agreed that he would get customized ones from Bant and his friends would workshop. It similarly cost $20,000 or $30,000. Chen Zhao's current saving was actually more than enough for electronic devices and furniture. However, he felt that since he had built a dock, he might as well buy a yacht. Chen Zhao would rather get a second-hand yacht. A new yacht would cost 3 to 4 times as much as its second-hand counterpart. As Chen Zhao's new home was under construction, Blackie was building his new house too. Chen Zhao had no idea what Blackie's progress was. Chen Zhao had been to the old space crevice twice. Hellhound was somewhat depressed because Blackie was not around and Chen Zhao had also not brought their playmates with him. Chapter 280, Client with Overly High Price. Chapter 280, Client with Overly High Price. Blackie, are you sure you'll take this pile of bones too? Chen Zhao looked at the hundreds of skeletons in the ditch. He was honestly speechless. Couldn't they just move the essentials? How come everything had to be moved? They could just leave unnecessary things behind. Why did the new home need these skeletons? I think I need to show off my status as the Grim Reaper. After spending so much time with Chen Zhao, Blackie learned how to be playful too. Who can you show off to other than me? Didn't you always emphasize that you're the Soulbringer and not Grim Reaper? After meeting you, I discovered that the Grim Reaper is cooler. Fine, keep a skeleton. I learned a dead soul spell. After taking the skeletons over, I can have them help me construct my new home. Oh, can you help find a designer for me to fix up my new home? Are you serious? Chen Zhao was speechless. Yes, I'm serious. How come you humans can have pretty homes but I can't? When Chen Zhao came out of the basement, Ethan happened to be there. He didn't think too much though. He just thought that Chen Zhao came to find something he'd forgotten. Blackie was right beside Chen Zhao. Usually, Blackie would sit in the shotgun seat if Chen Zhao was driving and no one else was there. Hey, Chen. There's a complicated client. Will you take it? What client? Chen Zhao asked. I don't know the specifics of the condition, but I heard that 2 other doctors were traumatized and went to the mental hospital. He's not a psycho killer, right? I wouldn't introduce you to a psycho killer. What price? $200,000. That much? Chen Zhao said, shocked. I was afraid you'd be in danger. Ethan was genuine with this phrase. He and Chen Zhao had only known each other for half a year, but Ethan had helped Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had also helped him without holding back. They often bickered, but when they really needed the other, they would help as much as possible. Ethan didn't want anything to happen to Chen Zhao, so he would help Chen Zhao decide if the clients were problematic or not. If the client was problematic, Ethan would warn Chen Zhao and ask for his opinion. Of course, only an idiot will reject such a big client. I hope I won't see you at the mental hospital next. Mental hospital? You're the one who should go. It was a vintage red brick house surrounded by a wall. The plants were luscious inside. It looked like an ancient house hidden deep in the woods. Chen Zhao, the deathly aura is so heavy here. Blackie floated above Chen Zhao's head. Evil spirits? Don't feel any. Blackie shook his head. Maybe it's something else. If there were evil spirits, Chen Zhao wouldn't be afraid. Blackie was able to destroy an entire ghost ship alone. Evil spirits were nothing to be afraid of. Blackie had said that regular evil souls were like lambs to him while evil spirits were mountain goats. Either way, they were all sheep. Before a tiger, the only difference between having horns or not was that there were more nutrients in the horns. Chen Zhao rang the bell on the metal gate. The old house's gate opened. A withered figure stood in the shadows and waved toward him. Chen Zhao pushed the metal gate and walked in. He saw a hunched man wrapped tightly in clothing. It was only January, but it wasn't cold during the day. It could reach the 70s and make one feel hot and annoyed. Chen Zhao only wore a t-shirt and a simple jacket. He even took the jacket off at noon. It was dark in the house. All the curtains were drawn and no lights were on, so Chen Zhao couldn't see the client's features clearly. "Excuse me, are you the patient?" "Yes." "What can I call you by?" Chen Zhao asked. "Movich. Can you tell me about your condition?" "You didn't hear about my condition before you came?" "You mean, about how you sent 2 doctors to the mental hospital in fright?" "I don't want you to become the third. Do you know how annoying it is for me to call the ambulance?" "I'm not ignorant," Chen Zhao said. "I've seen all types of patients." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Chen Zhao nodded. The man turned on the lights. Chen Zhao realized that he wasn't old, at most 30 years old. Judging from his face, he didn't seem sickly either. "You don't look sick," Chen Zhao said straightforwardly. "Prepare yourself," the man said solemnly, looking at Chen Zhao. "Are you ready? What are you taking your clothes off for?" "So you can see my body. I'm not gay." The client's expression turned colder. "Okay, I just wanted to lighten things up." The client started taking his clothes off, layer by layer. The jacket came off. The moment he took off his last shirt, a piercing scream came. The client had 3 twisted faces on his chest and stomach. They let out shrill screams. Chen Zhao felt like his head was about to explode. He covered his ears but couldn't block the sound. Read more chapter at Vipnovel. Go to sleep. Chen Zhao cried. All he wanted was for these 3 faces to shut up. The 3 faces instantly closed their eyes and mouths and went to sleep. Chen Zhao touched his ears. He was bleeding. If the 3 things kept screaming, his head might actually explode. Thankfully, he used the Banshee's charm out of desperation. Otherwise, he might be sent to the mental hospital too. The client looked at him in surprise. "You stopped them? You could stop them? What are those things? Are you a mutant?" Chen Zhao's ears were still ringing. It was too painful. Who the hell knows? It happened last month during Christmas. I just got these 3 faces on me. Get rid of them for me. It's too painful. Wait, let me calm down. Don't talk. I can't hear half of what you're saying. My ears are ringing. And please put your clothes on. It took half an hour for Chen Zhao to recover. "I'm Movich Tutors. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen." "Okay, tell me about your problem now." Movich recounted everything that had happened, but his words were disorganized and didn't provide any information. He didn't know where the 3 demons came from either. Before Chen Zhao came, he'd already sent 2 guys into the mental hospital. Chen Zhao almost became the 3rd. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Ethan. "Chen, how are you? Did you see the patient?" Ethan still cared for Chen Zhao. He called just to confirm his safety. "I'm okay. I saw him. His condition is a bit complicated. Gotta go. Great. With $200,000, I can get $40,000. You don't care about me. You only care about your money. We're over. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.